Meeting of November 22nd. Welcome to the guests in the room and to those listening online. We now have quorum, so I would like to call this meeting to order, and we will start with the acknowledgement of traditional lands. If all could rise who are able. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Thank you. First up, we have declarations of possible conflict of interest. Do any trustees have a conflict of interest they need to declare? Okay, not hearing or seeing any hands up. We will move on to item number 3, which is our delegations. We have 2 delegations this evening, and these are a wonderful opportunity to hear from the public. And I would just remind everyone in the room and online that we ask that these conform to our code of conduct. And we are really looking forward to hearing from our 2 delegates today. Both items are with respect to item number 5.2. This is the Climate Action Annual Report 2023. And the first delegate that we have is online. Let me just double check that our delegate has arrived in the room. Do we have Chris Chandler? Okay, so welcome, Chris Chandler, who's Vice President of the OSSTF Federation Bargaining Unit. And Chris, the way this works is you will have 5 minutes. There is a timer displayed on the screen. And at the 1-minute mark, you'll hear a bell just to alert you that you have 1 minute left. After you're finished, don't go too far because it's possible that trustees may have questions of clarification for you. So with that, I will pass it over to you, and you have 5 minutes to provide your delegation.
Can trustees hear me?
Yes, we can. Try to speak as loud as possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Chandler. I'm a Vice President of the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, the Toronto Teachers Bargaining Unit. I am also the Labour Co-Chair of the Joint Management Labour Environment Committee, struck between the board and the 4 unions representing workers at the TDSB, namely the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation, the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario, the Canadian Union of Public Employees, and the Maintenance and Construction Skilled Trades Council. In that role, I speak on behalf of tens of thousands of frontline teachers, education workers, and skilled tradespeople who work hard every day to maintain and operate the TDSB and its buildings, and who build the success and well-being of the students under their care. First, let me say that the Labour Caucus of the Joint Management Labour Environment Committee supports the draft climate action report before you, and we applaud the work done by the Sustainability and Energy and Climate Action departments. Unionized workers at the TDSB are also proud to have worked for more than 5 years with the board on the Joint Management Labour Environment Committee, the only formal space convened between the unions and the board to discuss initiatives relating to environmental sustainability and the climate crisis, and the only committee of its kind at any public school board in Ontario. I trust there is no need to convince you of the severity of the climate crisis or of the urgent need for immediate serious action. Recent extreme weather events here in Toronto and around the world are evidence enough of both. But it is workers who face this crisis at our schools most directly, and who face the growing tide of climate anxiety suffered by today's youth, a psychological phenomenon already well documented in the scholarly literature researching this acute problem. In our view, the board's professed commitment to student and worker well-being is inadequate without real material targets to reduce both the board's use of resources and its greenhouse gas emissions, especially given that the board is one of the largest institutional greenhouse gas emitters in the city of Toronto. Specifically, we urge you to pay attention in this report to actions 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 35, since these are all targeted directly at reducing energy consumption in board operations. We also draw your attention to actions 22, 23, 24, and 25, relating to the electrification of transportation functions within the board. We single out these actions not because we feel that the rest are unimportant. Rather, we ask the board to pledge to measurable reductions in electricity and natural gas consumption as a minimum commitment to the collective future of the students we, the employer and the workers, have in our care together. And further, we encourage the board to implement even deeper reduction targets than those contemplated in this report. Lastly, the Labour Caucus of the Joint Management Labour Environment Committee demands that the board, in all its environmental and climate action work, undertake no initiative which negatively impacts the contractual rights and entitlements of our members. And indeed, we ask that you look to expand opportunities for unionized workers. Action 28 in this report is an example of this kind of just transition to a greener board and a recognition that good green union jobs must be the norm in our communities to build hope for a sustainable future that includes a decent and fair standard of living for workers. Our students, as future workers themselves, deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandler. I'm just going to check to see if we have any questions from trustees. Trustee Wong, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to really thank Mr. Chandler for coming in to do a deputation on the Climate Action Report 2023. It's amazing work that's been done with staff and with union members and with the community that we have come to this point of putting forward a Climate Action Plan 2023. Mr. Chandler, would you please, I would like to ask, send us a written copy of your deputation for our reference and for ours.
I would be happy to.
Community members. He said yes. Thank you.
I would be happy to send in a copy. Yes, thank you, Trustee Wong.
Okay, thank you. And if you send that to the email address, the delegation's email address, we can share that with trustees. Next up, we have Trustee Earhart, who has a question of clarification as well.
Thanks so much, and thanks so much for your delegation and the work. It's truly appreciated. And I wanted to ask, you had mentioned, it specifically highlighted item 28 as an example of good green union jobs, which I think is wonderful. I also read it and thought I'm very excited by it. I'm wondering if you have any views on any other items over time that we could look to expand in terms of those good green jobs within the TDSB. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. So I would say that as a school board, one of the things that we ought to focus on is, of course, curriculum. I can give a brief example of a recent collaboration between the Union Caucus of the Joint Management Labour Environment Committee and the Sustainability Department, where we focused on this. At the recent Eco Schools kickoff, the union side of the Joint Management Labour Environment Committee facilitated the attendance of representatives from the skilled trades to talk to students and teachers at the Eco Schools kickoff about good green union jobs in the skilled trades and in apprenticeships. And I think that was very well and widely received. One of the representatives, Sean Blake, is a member of the Carpenters Unit 27, an expert in mass timber construction, and also a member of the Coalition of Black Trade Unionists. And I think that the board, in addition to greenhouse gas emission reductions and the streamlining of operations to improve sustainability, ought to turn an eye to improved and continued focus on good green jobs, particularly in the skilled trades areas and technological education and wherever else they can find in the curriculum to do that work. In addition to making sure that such work as is required for adaptation and mitigation work at the board on the operations side is always done by unionized workers. I hope that's a fair answer to your question, Trustee Earhart.
It is. Thanks so much. And thanks again for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Earhart. Thank you so much, Chris, for taking the time to speak to us today. That's all the questions that I'm seeing from trustees, but we do appreciate you taking the time to log on and speak to us. Up next, we have our second delegate, Anne Curie, and I hope I have pronounced your last name correctly. Please let me know if I haven't. Okay, good. She's here in person. Anne is the co-chair of the TDSB Environmental Sustainability Community Advisory Committee. So welcome to the meeting, and you will have 5 minutes. There is a timer on the screen, and you'll hear a bell if you reach the 1 minute mark, just to give you a heads up that your time is coming to a close. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon or good evening, committee members. My name is Anne Keary and I'm the community co-chair of the TDSB's Environmental Sustainability Community Advisory Committee. It is my pleasure to speak to you today in support of the TDSB's 2023 Climate Action Annual Report. In a recent study of climate action across 354 Canadian school boards, the TDSB was noted as one of only 4 school boards with a climate action plan, and we are delivering. The need for climate action is, of course, urgent. The climate crisis, driven primarily by the burning of fossil fuels, is accelerating. Humanity just lived through the hottest 12-month period in at least 125,000 years. And we are seeing the effects of this overheating everywhere, in the wildfires across Canada and the smoke plumes that made the air in Toronto dangerous to breathe, in the deadly heat waves across Asia and the southern US, and in the cycle of droughts and floods in Europe and Africa that have claimed thousands of lives. Climate breakdown is impacting us all, but the impacts are falling most heavily on Indigenous, racialised and low-income communities and on the young. In a recent survey, nearly 80% of Canadian youth reported that climate change is affecting their mental health. 73% reported that they find the future frightening. But climate change experts are also clear that it is still possible to limit warming to the Paris goal of 1.5 and avoid the worst outcomes if we take action to drastically cut carbon emissions this decade. And it is still possible to build a greener, more equitable, climate-resilient world. All jurisdictions and institutions must act, and in this, school boards have a critical role to play. As Dr. Ellen Field has written, school boards are in a unique position to drive action on climate change. The potential impact of school board leadership across all schools, if greenhouse gas emission targets were set and acted upon in line with the Paris Agreement, could have a ripple effect in reducing emissions and improving climate literacy across Canada. And I would add, as the largest school board in Canada, the actions of the TDSB can have ripple effects across Toronto and across other school boards too. And that is why I'm so happy to commend the 2023 TDSB Climate Action Report to you. The report outlines 53 actions across several sectors, including buildings, transportation, grounds and green roofs, waste diversion, and education and engagement. It also outlines a significant environmental, financial, and educational benefits to be gained from taking these actions. With regard to buildings and energy use, it should be noted that the TDSB is a big emitter, second only to the City of Toronto among public sector institutions. But the other side to this, as the report makes clear, is that in acting, we can achieve big emission reductions and significant cost savings too. The report outlines how the Sustainability Office is helping to lay the groundwork for achieving this by focusing first on Learning Centre 1 and actions in selected schools, and then scaling up. Actions include developing a coordinated energy saving methodology and continuing to provide support through the Building Systems Help Desk for caretakers and maintenance teams so that they can reduce energy use. They also include undertaking a deep energy retrofit of one school that will reduce emissions by 60%. The lessons learned from these initiatives and many others will inform work across the board. And here I'd like to note the emphasis on collaboration, building the social infrastructure here, as well as taking care of our building infrastructure. Collaboration between staff across different departments and efforts to ensure that they are informed and working together, and between the TDSB, other organisations, and our municipal government too. This collaboration is so important, and it is evident also in the actions outlined under climate education and engagement, the development of a TDSB student environmental network that will connect students across schools, the connection with the TDSB's Urban Indigenous Education Centre, the partnership with the city, and the Transform TO grant project for youth-led school community climate projects. Young people are acting, they need to see adults acting, and this report shows that they are. I was pleased to see the note at the end of the report about staff using the TDSB's communication channels to provide updates on the status of climate actions, and I strongly encourage this. Students, parents, teachers, and staff should know about this great work. I conclude by heartily recommending that you accept this report and please promote it in your networks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anne. I'm just going to look online. I'm not seeing any questions of clarification at this point, and none around the room. Oh, nope, there are a few in the room. So I have Trustee Williams first, followed by Trustee Laskin.
Not so much a question of clarification, but rather like a heartfelt thank you for you coming here and the work that you're doing on our Community Advisory Committee. So thank you, and if you'd like to maybe elaborate a little bit on your comments about the communication, the importance of the communication of the work being done.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Williams. Yes, I do feel that there is just so much great work being outlined in this report. I was thinking as I was writing up my comments for today that I would love to see a teacher or student-friendly version of this report that could be distributed across schools and classrooms across the board, because I think our students need to know that the board really is acting, and so communicating this broadly would be a wonderful thing.
Wonderful. Through the chair, thank you very much, Ms. Carey, for delegating here today.
Thank you.
Trustee Laskin, you're next.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that somebody extended our real sincere appreciation for your years of work in collaboration with the team. So my colleague did it very well. And I completely agree with you about the communication. I was looking within the report on something to share on Twitter, and I couldn't find, like, everything was on too many pages or written too small. I wanted a picture, I wanted a chart, I wanted something that, so we'll talk about that when we address the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. That's a great idea, a tweet report.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming and in person as well. So thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
My pleasure.
Okay, at this point, I'd just like to ask any trustees who have joined online since roll call to just let us know that you are here. If you could just identify yourselves.
Trustee Delovitis here.
Trustee Patel.
Okay, thank you, trustees Didavitis and Patel. Okay, at this point, we are going to move on to reports on the agenda. So we're at item number 4, which is the Toronto Lands Corporation report, and I will turn it over to the director to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, this is an opportunity to have a discussion that I know many of us have been waiting to engage in. And so with that, I will turn it over to Ryan.
Good evening, everyone. Through the chair, I'm happy to present this report to all of you today. This is a report from the Toronto Lands Corporation on the work that we're working on with the TDSB on supporting staff on their capital priority submission. In this report, we outline opportunities for not only new schools, but other community building opportunities at 155 Mill Street, 50 at Washington Lane, and 120 and 140 Borough Drive. These three sites, along with St. Margaret's, which came to, I believe, the last PPC committee, are priority work for the Toronto Lands Corporation in its ongoing support of the TDSB for its capital priority submission. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have on this report.
Okay. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks so much. And I just, I'm sorry because I don't want to miss the opportunity to ask questions, but I don't always need to be the first person either. And so my apologies if I'm taking too much space. Thank you very much for this report. I wanted to ask, so I found this very exciting. I should start just by saying that I really appreciated that Truth and Reconciliation was noted in the Capital Priority Sites report. And I really saw clear social values and outcomes for students and broader communities that they live in being put forward in the ideas. So I found it a very exciting report to read. I wanted to know about the ownership models, what they would be for each of the properties in mixed use development. So to me, that wasn't clear in reading the report, if TDSB would still own the full site or who would be leasing to whom and what's being envisioned.
Thank you for your question, Trustee, and through the chair. So as noted in this report, this is very high level. The work that the TLC working with the TDSB did was to examine opportunities for additional, we call it city building opportunities on these three sites. You'll note for both Block 9 as well as at Washington Lane, this is a podium school that we're proposing with potential density above it. With respect to how the ownership would work, these are TDSB owned sites. So the desire, I believe, going forward would be that the TDSB would retain ownership of the school itself, and it's to be determined based on, the ability to secure funding through the capital priority submission, what type of model it would look like with respect to the development that could potentially happen on top of both of those new schools. Do we need to generate revenue? Do we have the ability to contemplate leasehold or rentals? So all of that is to be determined through the due diligence work, which we've committed to report back to in 2024. Those are excellent questions, though, but it is something that we're contemplating as we evolve the business case for all of these sites. And with respect to 120 and 140 Borough, that's very, very early days thinking on that site as well. But these are things that we're tasked with contemplating as part of our work, and we will report back to not only the TLC, but as well the board of the TDSB too.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I just had two more questions on the Mill Street property, the block 9. I also found that really exciting, and also working with university students on the design. I thought just the whole way that we're going about that work is very exciting, and so thank you. I wanted to hear more, and we may not be at this stage right now, but in reading that part, I wondered if an opportunity for an indoor pool had been explored somewhere for the site, or if it would allow for that and how we're envisioning over time. And then I also wanted to hear more about the above ground play areas. And it is in the ward I represent, we don't have any above ground play areas right now. And so just to get a better example of what that means and what that looks like, and if there's any other examples we could offer. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your question, and through the chair. So with respect to what the building program would look like at any of these sites, including Block 9, the work that we've done is effectively a fit analysis on these sites. So with respect to either of them having a pool, that's something that we would contemplate further down the road as part of our due diligence. And with respect to the above grade play areas, speaking to TDSB about this when we were evolving the kind of block planning that you'll see in the report, that the TDSB is currently working on guidelines for above ground play, and they'll be ready for review and discussion likely early next year.
Okay, thanks very much. Those are all the questions I had, and thank you again for this report.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Glenn. First of all, I'm advantaged because I've been part of these discussions at TLC, but I did want to sense for everyone in terms of the time it will take from concept to even the confirming the possibility and then let alone submitting. And I wondered if you might talk about that process, and you might want to mention some of the guidelines and accountability principles that the TLC board will go through from a public accountability perspective too when looking at these sites. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Trustee, thank you for your question through the chair. So yes, I'll start with the question around the temporal question around timing. So real estate and development of real estate is not a short-term undertaking. The due diligence work that we have outlined here in the report likely at a high level to get preliminary work done on that is at least a half a year. And then there will be multiple reports back with respect to how we evolve our thinking on each one of those sites. And we've outlined, I think at a high level anyway, the due diligence that we'll be undertaking on each one of these. And each one of those pieces of work is a significant amount of time. From the planning, which we have a planning department that works quite closely with the TDSB at TLC, to understand the requirements for rezoning and potential official plan amendments, and then also to have conversations not only with the city with respect to potential partnerships, other school boards, and the community at large. That will be, I imagine, a couple of years of work for each one of these properties. And then the development itself to follow is another few years. So, these are not, a year or two. This is, in most cases, at least at a minimum, a half decade of work for each one of these sites. And if I could ask Trustee Laskin, if you could elaborate on the second part of your question for me, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. Because the TLC is taking its obligations seriously and is meeting, the Planning and Priorities Committee will be meeting in public in the new year, and about how that accountability and the steps that the board itself will take to ensure that we're meeting the strategic directions.
Appreciate that, and apologies for not picking up on that in the first part. Yes, so through the chair, the TLC will be holding for its PMP meeting as well as its board meetings open and public meetings in the new year for all of our meetings. So this will allow for easy access for the public to come in and depute and to provide feedback on any future reports that go through TLC PMP as well as its board. On top of that, we're revamping our website to allow these reports to be made public and easily accessible to anyone who may need them and need to see them. And we're also making a conscious effort to go out and meet with key stakeholders as we develop not only the ideas around these sites, but any future reports as well.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Laskin. Up next, we have Trustee Rajikulasingham.
Thank you, through the chair. I had a question on focus on truth and reconciliation. Do we have an idea of what that approach would look like? Would members of the TDSB's Urban Indigenous Education Center or the Elders Council, would they be involved in those conversations? So just any insight into what that approach may look like?
And through the chair, and thank you for the question. Yes, absolutely. They're one of the key stakeholders that will be consulted as we evolve the thinking on these sites. In addition to that, the work that we will undertake as far as our preliminary due diligence work will involve, and I believe is a requirement now, to work with key First Nations archaeologists on each one of these sites as we do our preliminary site due diligence as well.
Thank you. And through the chair, when it comes to the site, the borough site, do we have an idea of what the utilization is at that building? How much of that space is being used by the TDSB?
Through the chair, I can't speak specifically on the utilization of the Civic Center building. Just for clarity and I think context to the site that we outlined in the report, the contemplation of a new school at that site would not be incorporated into the building itself. It would utilize, and you'll see in the report, there's a triangle-shaped piece of property to the west of Brian Harrison Way, as well as significant amount of apron lands around the building itself that could potentially house a new school. Not only a few years ago, the city built on its portion of the apron lands a new Toronto Public Library. So we wouldn't be looking at incorporating a new school into the existing Moriyama building. We would be looking at trying to complement that building with a future development on that site. With respect to utilization, unfortunately, I don't have those numbers in front of me. And perhaps somebody from TDSB may know that, but no, I'm sorry, I don't have that at the moment. I can tell you anecdotally, it is not a heavily used property at the moment.
Through the chair, thank you so much for that clarification. And I think in the future, it would be great to have a school at that site, because just seeing how that area has been developed over the years with the library, it is a nice area with lots of different community spaces there. I just had one more question. In the report, it mentioned that St. Margaret's being potentially a site that could also be used instead as a long-term facility. So a suggestion like that, did that come through the province, or was that through different conversations with community stakeholders?
Through the chair, the idea of, so that site's, I'll go back, that property is unique insofar that it's a very large site. If you know, long-term care homes have a very large footprint, so they take up a lot of real estate. That site's unique because it affords not only the ability to build a new St. Margaret's with the corresponding, green space that you would see in a, for lack of a better term, a suburban school like that. It also then would allow for the property to house a large long-term care facility. And what you'll see in the attachments to that report is the long-term care facility that we've blocked on that is the largest size long-term care facility. And that's in keeping with what the City of Toronto is looking to build as part of their long-term care program. That site, it was our work, it was the TLC working with the TDSB that determined that this would be a potential good location for a long-term care home. That's done through conversations not only with the local trustee, as well as the local council and the local community, and acknowledging and close conversations with the City of Toronto that there is a real need for long-term care in the city, and there isn't many sites that would afford the ability to build out a large size footprint facility like that, and this is one that does that. So it was I think a collaborative kind of approach to proposing that there. And you'll also read in the report that it isn't necessarily for certain that it will be a long-term care facility. It's just, I think, an example of what could go on there. We're also looking at other opportunities to put other things on there as well, including housing. So we haven't determined exactly what would go on that site. But the idea of a long-term care facility with a school is something that's, I think, it hasn't really been done before, and it would probably be quite an interesting opportunity specifically at that location.
Through the chair, thank you so much. Really happy to hear kind of the innovative and collaborative approach that's been being taken here. And thank you so much for this report.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions from...
I just have a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was... I didn't see that in the chat. Sorry,
okay.
Trustee Sriskandarajah. We'll add you.
No, just a quick question through your chair. Just to pick up on what Trustee Rajakulasingam mentioned at the end. The presenter stated that there is potential for housing to be developed there. Would this be city-built housing, or is this plans to sell the land to developers?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I'll go back to an earlier answer that I gave. It would depend on what the requirement of the TDSB is to get out of that site. So if the site is one that gets capital priority funding from the province, that changes the contemplation of what we would potentially need to get out of that property. And if it doesn't, it would potentially be another type of approach we might have to take. And again, though, it's just early days. This report really outlines, I think, at a high level that there, for all three of these sites, along with St. Margaret's, there is a significant opportunity because of the size of the sites and the locations of the property to do other types of community and city building on them.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'm not seeing any further questions. So we seem to have, unless trustees let me know if you have an objection, we seem to have waded into 4.2 as well. So I'm thinking that we'll just do the votes separately. We're going to vote on 4.1 first and then 4.2. But I'm just assuming that trustees don't have any further questions with respect to item 4.2. But if you let me know if you feel otherwise. Oh, Trustee Earhart.
Yes, I had a quick question on 4.2. I do apologize.
He didn't present on 4.2.
Sorry, Trustee Earhart, can you repeat that?
Yes, I did have a question around report 4.2, the community partnership site, if I could.
Okay, just one second. I just want to check with Mr. Glenn just to see if did you want to introduce 4.2 separately, or are you okay with us just going straight into questions on 4.2?
At the will of the committee, I'm happy to do either.
Okay, because some of the questions have already strayed into that, so we're in a bit of strange territory. Okay, so perhaps Trustee Earhart, before we move into 4.2, we'll just do a vote on 4.1 and then we'll move on. Trustee Laskin, is this a point of order question or?
No, I'm happy to move 4.1 and then put me on the list for 4.2, please.
Okay. So we have a mover for 4.1. I'm looking for a seconder for 4.2. Vice Chair Shan is seconding. So if we could just open the vote on 4.1. This is for receipt, just a reminder to everybody. And eScribe is open.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Deovitis in favor.
Patel in favor.
Rajakulasingam in favor.
Hastings in favor.
Hassan in favor.
Trustee Wong, how do you vote? She's in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Okay. Trustee King, how do you vote? Okay. And Trustee Nunziata, we haven't heard from you yet either. He's not answering. We can mark him as absent because I'm not hearing an answer. And Trustee Rajwani, I see we heard you joined. Is there anybody else who's since joined the meeting? Okay, thanks. So up next, we have item number 4.2. It's been introduced. We've begun some discussion of it, but we do have a speakers list, and it's going to start now with Trustee Earhart. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, thank you for this report. In reading the report, I appreciated hearing the visions for the sites, and I found myself wondering for all the sites, but particularly for 200 Poplar Road. And I know we did kind of trail into a discussion around that during the last report discussion. I'm wondering how we might better work with other orders of government to build support for visions of community partnerships on these sites. And I would be interested in your views on that. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. This is, as you can appreciate, I think, a relatively new approach for these types of properties. What we are doing at the moment, along with what you've seen in the report here, is that we've gone out and met with, whether or not it's community groups, municipality, other school boards as well, to kind of go over not only these sites, but other sites that we're contemplating for future reports as well. And you'll see, specific to 200 Poplar Road, there's a not-for-profit consortium outlining, I'm sure, a number of groups that many of you have worked with or are aware of. And one of the reasons that we thought it important to work with groups like this, not only do they have a history of providing not-for-profit affordable housing and the success at doing that, they also have the ability to, I think, disseminate messages around opportunities with respect to real estate and this type of project to not only other interested community partners, but other levels of government as well. But I think for us, it will be part of our encumbered. We'll have to likely do a significant amount of work in the coming year to kind of, I think, socialize and disseminate that message out to other levels of government as well. So yeah, I know it's not a definitive answer on how we will do it, but as we work through it, I'm sure, and the number of partners that we have identified for all of these sites, that we'll have a willing group to, undertake to have those conversations.
Okay, thank you. I wonder, do we have any, I might just follow up on that, and whether there's any formal mechanisms right now to undertake any kinds of discussions like this. Thank you.
Through the chair, and the only formal conversations that we would have, well, we have a formal working group with the City of Toronto, but we also have formal discussions with the province with respect to how we move forward in disposing of or entering into long-term leases on properties. So when we're at a point where we're ready to do that, we have a formal circulation that's required under the regulation, and the provincial government will become, I imagine, quite interested in these sites as well.
Okay, thank you. And just one other quick follow-up. Is the federal government involved in any of these tables as well? Or are there any sort of cross order of government tables where any might be discussed? Thank you.
Through the chair, at the moment, no, we don't have any formal conversations with the federal government. I understand for two of the sites, 34 and 30 and 42 Brock Crescent, which is Safe Haven, and 301 Lenore Avenue, which is New Haven, that both of those groups are in regular conversations with the federal government as well as the provincial government, specifically around funding for the potential redevelopment of both of those sites.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate how challenging it is to go site by site, meeting by meeting with all of this, particularly for some of the larger pieces, and given some of the shared goals. I hope that over time there may be some means for there to be tables or places where these kinds of opportunities can be discussed more strategically with community partners as well. Thank you.
Okay, next, thank you, Trustee Earhart. Next up, we have Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Mr. Glenn didn't actually get a chance to report on 4.2, which is a completely different report than 4.1, and it has some actions in it, I wondered if he would like to give us a high level so the board can understand the actions that the TLC will take based upon this report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, happy to do that. And they're outlined, many of those actions, or the majority of the actions are outlined in the recommendations. So very quickly, Safe Haven Community Living, which is a not-for-profit group that operates currently adjacent to what will be our new Brockton School, offers respite and therapeutic, I would support for people with significant developmental and developmental disability. We have two parking lots there, you'll see in the report, that could contribute quite significantly to a redevelopment of that site to not only expand their therapeutic work that they do, but allow them to build affordable and supportive housing for not only their users, but the families of their users as well. So we think that there's a huge benefit with some fairly modest surplus property we have there to really, I think, enhance their deliverables there as well. And what we're working on with them is to look at the opportunity to include a new pool in a redevelopment that they have there that could be utilized by the students of the new high school at that location. So we're working with them on an agreement of purchase and sale for both of those parking lots. The second one we have is New Haven. New Haven is at Lenore Avenue, out at 301 Lenore Avenue. They're an organization that provides one-to-one learning opportunities for children on the autism spectrum. The school is a closed school. It's a fairly large site. What they want to do there is to build a new learning facility for not only the students, but the parents and families of these students as well, along with some housing options for their users as well as they age out of the school and provide them not only housing, but workforce training as well. And we think that this is I think a really unique opportunity to leverage surplus TDSB land to further another social objective. And then on the last one, which is 200 Poplar Road, that's a very large site out in Scarborough. It's closed, Robert Borden BTI. We've got a consortium of not-for-profit housing providers that we're working with, and we're going to undertake a visioning session with them over the next few months to see what kind of opportunities there are to redevelop that site with not only affordable housing for the community, but as well a job skills training facility and other potential community space as well. And there's a number of local community groups out there, including the East Scarborough Boys and Girls Club and Tides at 4040 Lawrence that we're working with as well on this. So we're very excited about all three of these. These three don't include a new school. They're sites that we've determined are surplus to the needs of the TDSB, but integral to the needs of the community. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about it.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. And I just thought it was important for us all to hear that although they might be surplus to the needs of the board's use for students, that they're integral to supporting community spaces. And I think that's a really important function of the TLC. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions, so we can open the vote on 4.2, and this is for receipt. Oh, I need a mover and a seconder. Trustee Laskin, Trustee Wong.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Rajikul Singh, I'm in favor.
Hastings in favor.
Trustee Dedovitis in favor.
Trustee Patel, Trustee Hassan, Trustee Pei, how do you vote?
Trustee Patel in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Patel.
Trustee Hassan in favor.
Thank you. And Trustee Pei? Okay, I think we mark him as absent for this. Trustee Pei, we can't hear you. Trustee Pei, are you there?
Yes, in favor.
Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we've captured that and it has carried. Moving on to staff reports, item number 5. We are moving to item number 5.1. This is the 2023 student census preliminary results. I'd like to turn it over to our director, Russell Rollins, to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, it is my pleasure to introduce the team that will be taking us through our first preliminary analysis of our student census results. Many of you will know that the Toronto District School Board originated the concept of a student census. And here we are in 2023 with the results of last year's administration. This evening, you will not only hear highlights, but also learn the ways in which the student census is used to inform both local improvement plans as well as system analysis of our data and setting of priorities through policies and reports. I'm pleased to turn it over to Associate Director Sarisco, who will further introduce the presentation this evening.
Thank you, Colleen. Trustees, it is my sincere pleasure to bring the student census report to committee this evening. Our student census is a critical process that elevates the voices of our students. It enables us to learn deeply about our strengths, the effects of our work, and the steps we must take to continually strengthen our practices. I'm very thankful for the leadership of the research team led by Dr. David Cameron, Senior Manager of Research and Development. Dave regrets he's not able to be with us here this evening due to unavoidable circumstances. I do warmly welcome 3 research coordinators who are deeply involved in the creation, the implementation, and the analysis of our 2023 student census. Please let me introduce Akriti Kapoor, Amy Presley, and Janet O'Reilly. Akriti is going to begin our presentation this evening, and we look forward to your comments and questions. Akriti.
Thank you very much through the chair. The TDSB student census conducted every 5 years since 2006 allows school communities to determine what is working well, where change is required, and where support should be focused. If we could please go to the next slide. Thank you very much. And to develop the 2023 student census, the census team spent over a year conducting 60+ consultations to inform the development of the census with students, staff, families, and community members, both within and outside the TDSB. In the spring of 2022, the draft survey was piloted in a number of classrooms across the TDSB, where student voice ultimately helped shape many of the final survey items. The TDSB would like to thank the families and students that completed the census and the staff and trustees that supported the efforts. We look forward to continuing the work in collaboration with students, staff, families, and community members in the analysis and reporting of the census data. If you could have the next slide, please. Next slide, please. In total, 138,240 TDSB students in grades 4 to 12 and parents, guardians, caregivers of junior kindergarten to grade 3 participated in the census. This was an overall response rate of 58%. Based on an analysis of TDSB grade proportions, student geographic proportions, and proportions of socioeconomic status, a 58% response rate is a strong representation of the student population. Next slide, please. The visual in this slide over here, this word cloud, represents the many different ways in which students identified themselves in response to the question, what is your ethnic or cultural origin or origins? This question in years past was an open-ended question, but this year it also included a drop-down list for students in grades 7 to 12 and the parent caregiver surveys. Answer options to this question included ethnic or cultural origins based on the 2016 federal census, the 2016 TDSB student census, and new response options communities suggested for inclusion during the consultation process. Inclusion of community-suggested options attempted to counter erasure of historically marginalized populations by naming identities that have not always been acknowledged. This visual goes on to show the many different ways in which students identify themselves and offers a deeper understanding of the diversity in the TDSB than the race question alone. Next slide, please. In this slide, the visual of student racial groups in the TDSB is a little different from the pie chart that many of you have seen from previous student censuses in the TDSB. In the pie chart visual, which we have also included in the report on page 17, students selected more than one racial group are not captured within those respective groups, but instead are captured in the more than one category. This can inadvertently contribute to lower numbers of students in individual racial categories. So for example, if a student identified as both Black and Indigenous, they would not be noted in either of those categories in the pie chart. The visual represented on this slide, though, can be said to offer a better representation of proportions of students and their self-identified racial categories, as it does not include the category of more than one. And as such, these percentages also do not add to 100%. The religion chart below is presented in a similar way. In this iteration of the census, over 1/4 of students report that religion is not a part of their life. However, for those students who identified with the religion, the three largest groups are Christian, Muslim, and Hindu. With respect to these visuals alongside it, it's important to note in some of the perception questions, it shows almost 6 out of 10 students feel comfortable expressing their ethnic, racial, or religious identity all the time or often. Almost half of the students also report having to hide aspects of their identity at school, pointing to a need for the TDSB to continue its efforts in working towards culturally relevant and responsive learning spaces. I will now pass on to my colleague, Jan, to continue.
Thanks, Akriti. Next slide, please. Students help shape all of the questions in the census, but two LGBTQIA+ students in particular, through the board's GSA network, help to inform the gender identity and the LGBTQ community question on this slide. In terms of gender identity, like Akriti was mentioning for the other questions, students were able to describe their gender identity. Oh, have we skipped ahead maybe? Go back, yes, please. Students were able to describe their gender identity in their own words first in an open-ended question before they were asked to respond to the closed-ended question. In the closed-ended question, students could choose more than one option. 1% of elementary students and 5% of secondary students chose one or more of the categories other than boy or girl, indicating a gender identity outside of the gender binary. On page 21 of the report, agenda page 55, you can see the options that students were presented with in this question. And there were different options based on students' grade. One note that I want to make is that for Two-Spirit or Indigiqueer students, those options were only displayed to students who identified as Indigenous in the Indigenous identity question, and further results will be released after conversation with the UIEC. It's positive to see that about 9 out of 10 students report being comfortable expressing their gender identity at school all the time or often, though those identifying as 2S LGBTQIA+ appear to be less so based on some preliminary analysis that we've done. In terms of the donut visual there, that is students who answered yes to the question, do you identify as a 2S LGBTQIA+ student? And overall, 14% of students identified as such, while 8% reported they were still figuring it out. And though not shown here in this visual, secondary students were much more likely to say yes compared to grade 7 and 8 students. As I mentioned, 2S LGBTQIA+ students helped to shape this question, suggesting that they felt much more comfortable self-identifying as part of this community rather than being asked about their sexual orientation outright. However, there was a follow-up question where if they wanted to provide further detail, they could do so. The last visual on this slide is about disability. 8% of students identified as having a disability or disabilities, and these results align with our past census results. It should be noted that students' perception of disability doesn't necessarily correspond to the board's special education data. For example, in 22-23, 17% of students were classified as students with special education needs. This concludes the overview of the student identity-based data. If you could move to the next slide, we'd like to now share some of the core findings related to student school experiences. This visual is showing a breakdown by panel of students' feelings about safety at school. But overall, if we look at the data from kindergarten through grade 12, 93% report feeling very or somewhat safe. Keeping in mind that the vast majority of students do feel safe, when asked in a follow-up question to indicate spaces in the school where they do feel unsafe or afraid, the top 4 spaces listed were hallways and stairwells, single-gender washrooms, outside on school grounds, and in the neighborhood around the school. I'm going to pass it over to Amy now to share a little bit more of the school experience feedback from students.
Thanks, Jan. Could I have the next slide, please? Great. So we're sort of moving on to the theme of school belonging and engagement now. The census asked students how often they enjoy school. In this most recent census, 35% of secondary students report they enjoy school all the time or often, compared to 59% of grade 7 and 8 students and 74% of grade 4 to 6 students. This question has been asked across the different years of the student census, so we do have some trend information. With the exception of grade 4 to 6 students, when compared to previous census results since 2011, student enjoyment of school has decreased for grades 7 and 8 and grades 9 to 12. The more drastic decrease of 24% is in the grade 9 to 12 panel seen on the screen here. Student enjoyment of school is a complex construct, and this weaves throughout questions in the census. We're still puzzling out the decrease in school enjoyment, but similar to the student check-in results where we asked across the pandemic, students that cannot see themselves at their school indicate that they do not enjoy school, linking joy partly to notions of representation and student identity. Next slide, please. So moving to student well-being. Student well-being results for grades 7 through 12 were asked on the 2016 student census, during the pandemic student check-in surveys, and in the most recent 2023 census. Although not as positive as pre-pandemic reported feelings of well-being, results show an increase in students' reported feelings of mental health and well-being. Similar to grades 7 and 8, students in grades 9 to 12, that is shown on the screen here, experienced an increase in feelings of happiness and hopefulness post the pandemic, and a decrease in feelings of stress, nervousness, loneliness, and boredom. The biggest change is students' feelings of loneliness, which dropped by over 25% when we compare that to results during the pandemic. And during our student check-in surveys throughout the pandemic, a strong theme was the yearning for connection between students and staff, so that is quite positive. Just a quick note, these results are for the overall system. So students' feelings of happiness, loneliness, stress, and hope may look different depending on intersectional factors and student identities, and this analysis is still forthcoming. Next slide, please. And lastly, so the student census results are making their way into school improvement planning work. This is a key difference from past years in being that the 2023 census was online. So initial reporting timelines have been significantly reduced. Most recently, a representative sample of qualitative comments to the question, what would you change about your school, which was asked on the student census, has been used as a student component in the MYSP renewal consultations. Superintendents, school principals, and vice principals received initial data to support their school improvement planning conversations in October. And when we were speaking with principals, this was stressed as very important to receive the results in time for those beginning conversations. Very shortly, we're sharing ward reports with trustees, and later in December, school councils will receive census information. We are working with our communications department to plan out how we share these results with parents, caregivers, and guardians, and students, and the broader community. And then the census has asked many questions, and tonight we did not speak to all of them, nor have we discussed the intersection of results or other pieces of information such as student achievement. Analysis and reporting of these results are planned for the coming school year, and census data is planned to be weaved throughout the applicable program and policy reviews that are upcoming. And lastly, Akriti spoke to the consultation efforts at the onset of this presentation, but we would also like to continue the collaboration approach in analysis and narrative as we move forward with our reporting processes. So I will now turn it back to Associate Director Sisco.
Thank you very much, Amy. And at this time, Chair, we would be very pleased to answer any questions or receive any comments from trustees.
Trustee King, you're first up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you to staff for the report. And I know this one has been much anticipated, and it's great to have this kind of data to work with. I have a couple of questions, starting with a question about the response rate. The 58% response rate, I understand that staff feel that this is a strong representation of the student population. I'm curious to know how it compares to response rate on previous census that we've conducted, and also how it compares to just the general standards in research that you would be looking for in order to feel confident about the weight and the value of the research and the response rate.
Thank you, Akriti.
Thank you. Through the chair. With respect to historical response rates, the parents to JK to grade 6 survey had a response rate of 63% in 2016. The grade 4 to 6 response rate was 91%, 7 to 8, 94%, and the grades 9 to 12, 85%. It's important to note, though, the past census methodology was a paper survey completed by all students in one class period. And the switch to an online methodology with a much longer time window over several weeks for completion undoubtedly affected student response rates, particularly in grades 4 to 8, where there was also a new consent process in place. It did not impact the response rates for parents in K to 3, which in fact was much higher, or a little bit higher in 2023. And with respect to the latter part of your question, I'll ask my colleague Amy to share more.
Sure, thanks, Akriti. Through the chair, so we, at a system level, if it's representative across the system with the different, in terms of where we talked about income and geography, we'd be happy with a 25% sample. At the school level, it looks different because those are such smaller numbers. So we're happy to be able to say what we have said in the past at a system level. We're a little bit more careful when we look at school level results.
Thank you. So would it be fair to say that in the areas where we are seeing a lower response rate, based on the methodology, we still feel that we're getting more robust and representative information, even though it might come from a smaller quantity of people? Okay, thank you. Just a couple of other comments. I was encouraged to see the response from students regarding safety. And I hope that speaks to the efforts and the investments that we've made over the past year, just knowing the challenges that we have had in our neighborhoods and in our schools. And then I wanted to, I'm very curious about some of the response, especially from secondary school students, about the decrease in the level of enjoyment, and also the differences that we're seeing in mental health and well-being. So I can appreciate that we're seeing an improvement since the height of our pandemic years. But there are a couple of areas in terms of being more anxious, being more stressed, and being less hopeful that look like there's still quite a difference from where we were pre-pandemic. And I'm just curious to hear a bit more about what we can anticipate about the way that staff interrogate this particular area and how you report back and how we hear about how we're investigating and tackling this.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. The data, certainly, Trustee King, is concerning. And we are very thankful that the census is indicating an uptrend for the mental health of our students from the pandemic, but the gap has not closed, and you're absolutely correct. We need to be paying very good attention to the actions that we are taking to be supporting our students. So the work of the mental health department continue to be supporting outreach to community partners, to be talking about tiered level of support and pathways to care for our students. The investment that the board maintained in regards to our clinicians in last year's board budget development cycle are really very critical to that work. We are continuing to monitor referrals, speed at which we are being able to support students who are expressing need. In addition, there is work at the ministry level that it is our pleasure to be implementing mandatory modules in regards to student mental health and wellness. And this work continues to be deepening within our school improvement planning. The focus of joy and belonging. Our intention, in regards to your question of reporting back, it is our intention to be weaving in the evidence and the work that we are doing so that you are able to be hearing about our work and the changes that we are seeing for that pathway to care. In regards to the secondary enjoyment, again, very concerning data and trend data for our secondary students in particular, as well as students in grade 7 and 8. We are wanting to do deeper analysis for that correlation in regards to the census, and what we have initially already seen is that if a student is not feeling that their identity is feeling safe and affirmed, they are more likely to say in the census that they are not enjoying school. So to be bringing this to the attention of our administrators, to be, again, deeply embedding this information within school improvement planning, to be critically analyzing what curricula we are using in our classrooms, to be furthering the work that we are doing in our employment equity so that students are seeing themselves represented with the staff that we have in our buildings are all important elements. But I think the most important next step that we intend to be taking is to be elevating student voice and to be hearing from our students themselves about their ideas on how what is working, what is missing, and what they need from us in our classrooms. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may add to that comprehensive response. With regards to student mental health, it is unfortunately consistent with some of the other data collected at a Toronto level, such as by Toronto Public Health. In my conversations with Toronto Public Health based on their new 3-year plan, we are talking about how we share data across organizations and begin to correlate some of the indicators that they have as contributing to reduced levels of mental health and well-being among young people. So I'm optimistic that this sort of city TDSB partnership can also provide us with some concrete actions that will support students' mental health, both in community and in the TDSB. To summarize for both, I think we need to ask our students. The question is why? Please tell us about why you're feeling less engaged, why you're feeling less hopeful. And it is in those local responses provided to educators and to school leaders whom they trust that I think we can actually be more precise in our actions to address the needs of our students. That is, for me, the goal of the census, is to create better conversations locally that change our actions and very quickly improve students' engagement and feelings of belonging in their local school.
Through the chair, thank you. I really appreciate that. And it's encouraging, I think, to hear the reminder that the census isn't an end in of itself, but that's a facilitation of those deeper conversations. And it sounds like there's a lot of thought into where you go from here. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin, followed by Vice Chair Shen, Trustee Rajakulasingam, Trustee Pei, Trustee Arts, and Trustee Dawson. So we've got a long speakers list. Please go ahead, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There was one statistic in the responses that I found interesting, I should say, and I have provided this in advance to staff because I didn't want to catch them off guard. And that is 4% of students identifying as Jewish. I simply don't believe that statistic within our public education system. 5 years ago, it was 2%. The total population of Jews in the city of Toronto is only 3.4%. And we know factually Jewish students have left our system since the last census. So I'm trying to understand that statistic, and from the research aspect of it, like logically it doesn't seem right to me, but I just like to understand it from your research perspective, what would account for that? Thank you, through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, thank you so much, Trustee Laskin, for that great question. With respect to why this statistic is the way it is, the 2023 question was a multiple response question as required by the Anti-Racism Directorate, which means if a student identified with more than one religion, they could select all the options that applied to them. In the last census in 2016, it was a single response question where students were encouraged to pick one option only. So if we look at the current religion data and students who chose Jewish as their only response, the statistic is actually in line with past census information at 2.4%, where 70% of the student responses chose only one option. However, because it is a different question format this year, and being a multiple response question, we have reported it differently. Another 30% of students chose Jewish as part of a multiple response. When we include those students in the figure, it is higher at 3.5%, but for the purposes of the report, it got rounded to 4%. We also looked at the ethnicity question for comparison, and approximately, and again, this is preliminary as the data has not been fully cleaned, roughly 4% of students chose a Jewish oriented ethnicity in that question as well. And so this would be some of the few reasons for increases in potentially all religious categories. In addition, across the 2023 census, all student identity-based questions were multiple response in format. This is different from the past census in 2016, so it's also not a direct comparison of the data. This might also be the case for other identity-based questions in Indigenous identity, race, gender, and so forth. In addition, as mentioned a few times, the data is preliminary. In order to share the data this early, we have not finished cleaning open-ended responses to each of the identity questions, and therefore there may be small adjustments to figures once this work is complete. Thank you so much.
Through you, Madam Chair, I really appreciate the detail in that question. That's not in the report though, right? I wouldn't have read that in the report. Right. I'm wondering when it's appropriate, through you, Madam Chair, to staff, if I could get that as an actual response, because I've been asked that question and I would like to be able to respond factually. And then the other question I would have, Madam Chair, to staff is, as a proxy, it might be interesting to know how many students were absent on Yom Kippur. Just as another set of data, to learn more about our populations, but I really appreciated. Now I understand it. So I thank you very much for the question, for answering the question. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Shan, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. The demographic details, because of the fact that response rate wasn't complete, or is it okay to assume that the demographic details are to provide a bit of a background on who participated as opposed to say who makes up TDSB? Because I'm finding it difficult with some of these percentages and some of the data that compares to Toronto in certain categories and so on. And are we projecting this data as to show who makes up TDSB as opposed to who participated in it? For example, some equity-seeking, equity-deserving communities might have participated less because of engagement, or they might have participated more because they wanted to affirm an identity that's often not taken into consideration. So there might be multiple factors, and we don't have the data. The data is significant when you look at qualitative pieces, but the data is not significant when you're making generalization around demographics. So how are we telling the story around this number?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, so at a system level, we have mapped out where the responses are across the system in terms of geography, neighborhood, social economic status, and then we did look at our previous information on the census in terms of racial groups and religious groups to see if the percentages were still in line. And we're comfortable saying that this is a representation of the TDSB when we're speaking at a system level. The nuances that you spoke about definitely impact it when we're talking about smaller numbers. So I would say that this is a representative of the system, and there are smaller pockets of participation that would impact school level results. When we're looking at the city, the TDSB doesn't necessarily reflect the city as a whole, just because there are other school boards. So we do look at that. The TDSB does draw different students than other school boards inside Toronto. So we are comfortable saying that the results represent what the students at the TDSB when we're looking at a system level.
And would the phrase be statistically valid? Amy, is that the correct phrase?
Yes.
Yes. So the extrapolation is, the science is solid. Trustee Shan.
Thank you. Because I'm assuming soon community groups and advocacy groups will be recording these numbers as the numbers around their advocacy. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. Through you, Madam Chair, maybe to our director or staff, is it possible to have more disaggregated data by regions or wards or Scarborough or Learning Center? And what would that look like in terms of, we are a large board, and I would like to also know about participation rates within certain areas and where we had less participation, so we can actually prepare, not just for next census, but lack of participation shows other things that we could fix over time around some of these things. So when would we be, if we were able to get those, when would that be available?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, are you asking for that information in a report or for individual trustees to be able to access that information?
Individual trustees to be able to access that information.
So there is, through you, Chair, there is an opportunity coming soon for trustees to be able to access a dashboard where you can see your ward information and learning center information. Should there be a requirement for further detailed information to answer the questions that were posed, please let your learning center executive know, and we'll determine how to get that information to you and how long it might take to produce that information.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, as a former secondary school teacher and who worked in youth work in high schools, it's very concerning to see the numbers. in high school around sense of belonging and wellness and so on. But I also always, data could tell multiple things. And is it because the elementary students are more forgiving of how they are treated, or is it they're more accepting maybe of things around their nature as opposed to starting to question things as you go through your life? For example, post-secondary students have even greater sense of non-belonging in the post-secondary institutions because they start to become more aware of how they are treated and so on. So I don't know, is this data saying something happening differently in high schools, or is it consistent that by age and psychological factors of how people navigate systems, is it consistent to assume that this trend is from kindergarten all the way up to high school?
Thank you very much for the question, and through you, Chair, to Trustee Shan. The questions that you're posing, Trustee Shan, are really very important because they're connected to concerning data that are according to our census, and we know this is reliable, that our students are telling us that when they are not feeling safe about being them true selves in class environments, they are not enjoying school. So we need to be hearing from our students directly, engaging with them, lifting their voice, asking really critical questions, creating safe spaces for us to learn and to be curious. All of our students, we want to be supporting and for them to be successful. So those are the next steps. I would be very cautious about making conclusions until we have that authentic voice from them. And I am going to ask Akriti just to be pointing out some of the key findings related to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, as was mentioned, this work is a starting point for us at this point, and we're going to be using the coming months and school years to identify, do a deeper dive into why the data is the way it is. Preliminarily, there are a variety of other census questions that may potentially speak to some interconnected reasons for why the data is the way it is. I specifically would like to highlight agenda page 49 and page 15 of the report that highlights key data points around student identity in school spaces. For instance, where almost half of the students feel like they need to hide some parts of their identity to fit in, and a fifth of the students report being put on the spot to speak on behalf of everyone who has the same identity as them. These are just some of the data points. There are others that may speak to or relate to reasons for school belonging and engagement. But as was just highlighted, this is a starting point, and we would like to do this work in collaboration with students and communities front and center to further identify the reasons behind this.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. My final question is around timeline. So we got the what in some ways, like why is something that is being explored together with the community, with the students. How do we fix this, and how do we know that we are fixing it? Because a lot of the time when questions are asked about these things, we talk about what we are doing, and a lot of the times we've been doing some of these things for decades now as well. So how are we measuring, and when would we know, when would we get that type of information, particularly on secondary education, sense of belonging, self-esteem, and pieces around well-being, could be all combined together into a strategy that we might need to have with the measurable benchmarks. So is that something that we could expect in a year, or what's the timeline looking like around trustees getting a sense of how we are addressing this, and how do we plan to measure that we are making an impact?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, primarily our focus is for schools to look at shifting their data so that we're working at the level of students and groups of students to make tangible changes and improvements for the students who are in our schools. The student census cycle is a bit long for us to be using that as an indicator of change, although it is sort of one trailing indicator, if you will, of whether or not we're making improvements in the specific areas that you have seen. We are also encouraging our school staff to be using different forms of surveys to gather information from students so that they can actually see changes in some of the key indicators that they are focusing on within their school improvement plans. And it is through that method that we would also be reporting back on how these indicators are changing or improving over time. And we also have the school climate survey that has similar question points that we can do a bit of an analysis between the student census questions and some of the questions on the student climate survey as well. And I believe that that is will be done in another year or so. A 2-year cycle. So we'll have some information back at a system level in 2 years.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just as closing, within the same ward, a few intersections down the road, 2 different cultures in schools. As to one school could be prioritizing mental health and well-being quite a bit, students and student engagement. Another school could not be. Though I understand this is a school-based thing, there might be strategically important things that as a board we might need to direct and count and ensure, because it's, obviously we have to build the capacity of our leadership to do better in these things, but at the same time, until we get to a place where we are doing it same everywhere, it might be necessary that we have a system-wide expectation on what's being done around student well-being and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, and if I may just respond, the team is working on our mental health and well-being strategy, which will set out some strategies that will be used across schools to address student mental health and well-being.
Okay, next up we have Trustee Rajagulasingham. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I wanted to thank staff for this incredible undertaking. I know it's a very large project, and it really helps us kind of look at the work that we're doing, because everything we do comes back to the students, and this reaffirms kind of the direction that we need to take, and including the voices that are continuously left behind, and what we need to do to make sure that they're supported in this. Reading this report, I keep reflecting on 2S LGBTQ plus students, as well as Indigenous students, and what we can do to make our schools more reflective and represented, so they feel more safe and happy to share, their identity, but also feel safe within their school buildings. I also want to thank staff for including Adivasi, Dalit, and caste-oppressed identities in the census. And even though in this first year, if families and students don't feel safe to choose that option, I think seeing it on paper is somewhat very hopefully is something that they feel seen, and going forward, they perhaps will get the strength and the confidence to maybe check off that box. When I was looking at the racialized grouping, seeing South Asian, East Asian, and Black students making up a large portion of our racialized students, I'm reflecting on the employment equity policy, but also the amendment that Trustee Sriskandarajah and I put forward on recognizing hiring targets. I'm also reflecting on that grouping of East Asian and South Asian, and how there are multiple experiences within those two groups. And I hope that whenever we apply this demographic data, that we also ensure to include class, because I think there's such a wide range of experiences. I'm thinking of the student interest policy and how we were looking at East Asian and South Asian. And I hope that when we apply class, we're able to reveal different experiences. I also just wanted to ask, my question for staff was, I know that this policy wasn't, I mean, this census wasn't confidential. It was linked to student identity. And the group of students that I'm worried about are our secondary students that are feeling like their engagement is low. They're not feeling themselves. They're not feeling seen. Less connections. They're not seeing their identities represented. And I'm wondering how these group of students, how their attendance is looking, how these group of students are impacted or choosing supervised alternative learning, how these group of students are in caring and safe. And I'm wondering if I've asked repeatedly for information on attendance and on SAL. And I'm wondering if there's a timeline that we can get a report on kind of linking this current demographic data post-pandemic, if these numbers have gone up and how it's impacting these programs, and if there's what the connection is. I feel like we all know there's a connection of the students that are not engaged in our system, not feeling seen, not feeling like they have a caring and safe adult. Those are the students most impacted by attendance. Those are the students that are choosing to go into a different type of learning, like SAL. So, where can we get that, and when can we possibly get that information, if staff can share anything on that?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, these are questions that have been posed. I will need to reflect on when we addressed SAL. I do think we provided some information on SAL, perhaps in the Caring and Safe Schools report, trying to distinguish between SAL and some of our Caring and Safe Schools programs. Having said that, that is the report that comes to mind at this time, where we would be able to provide the kind of information that has been requested.
Thank you, and through the chair, that's helpful. I think I'm just really curious about the students that we don't hear about and we're not seeing and are continuously being underserved, especially after the pandemic, when we're seeing a lot of the things that are happening in our communities. And I just want to reiterate a point that Trustee King and Vice Chair Shan had brought up about participation rates. So I know that where trustees are getting ward by ward data, and I think having that breakdown either by learning center of how the participation rates looked would be really helpful for us. Because I'm also thinking, I'm also wondering if we're able to get information on, I don't know if this is going too specific, but how many families used a translated copy, just to see if when translations are available, if families are using that option, or if they're just not even choosing to do the census. So I'm wondering if we're able to go that specific, or if that's just asking for too much.
Thank you for the question. And if we may, we'll take those specific ideas back as we are still formulating what the ward reports are going to look like. But your questions really help to guide our formulation for you. So thank you for wanting to drill so deeply.
Thank you, Associate Director Srisco. Just because I'm curious to see if how community engagement is impacted by language, and if that impacted families engaging with this process. But thank you, and very, very helpful report.
Thank you very much, Trustee Rajagulusingham. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Pei next, who will be followed by Trustee Arts, Trustee Dawson, and Trustee Hastings. So over to you, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I want to ask the staff on the figure 13. It does show that school belonging and engagement was dropped significantly from 2016 to 2017. I just wondering, in the survey, did the staff think about any other question, follow-up questions regarding this? I mean, if I look at the figure I just gave you, is 2011, that was 59%. And then we dropped by 10%, to 2016. And then the dramatic happened is 2023, and this past year. we dropped to 35%. So what really happened to the school, by the way? You just start think about it, like ask a follow-up questions to collect information or data to figure out why, or just collect this data only?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, thank you for expressing your concern in the decreasing levels of enjoyment our students are reporting to us, particularly at the secondary level. When we engage with students in a follow-up manner, we absolutely will be structuring that conversation. And then depending upon what our students respond back to us, we may ask follow-up questions. The questions have not been formulated yet in regards to what those focus groups would look like, but we would begin by providing open-ended questions. We don't want to be asking yes/no questions. We want our students to feel safe in themselves in that environment, and we want to begin by telling us more. We would be reflecting back on this data point and to be asking them to give us examples of what they experienced, and then to be asking their best suggestions on what we could be doing to make sure that they are feeling engaged in school, seen in school, and having their identity affirmed. Again, what we're seeing initially is that there is a correlation to students feeling not comfortable sharing their true selves. And those students who are reporting that are having a higher likelihood of saying that they're not enjoying school. So there are immediate actions for us to be taking as educators to be looking at what we are teaching, the curriculum, the materials that we are bringing to the classrooms, what students are reading, what is on our walls, again, and how we celebrate who they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director. Through you, Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question. So when you ask this kind of open-ended questions, what type of question going to be incorporated? And the least question, do we as trustee have any input into these questions, or this question solely designed by the staff?
And thank you. And through the chair, these would be questions designed by staff, Trustee Pei. But certainly through our reports back to the board, we will be giving you updates on our progress and on our work. We consider this work urgent, and connecting and listening to our students deeply urgent. Thank you.
So your chair, so can we as a trustee provide input as well after receive all the questions?
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Pei, I am, as the member of the executive who work alongside this amazing research team, are always welcome a conversation with you, Trustee Pei. So please feel free to reach out to me personally at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another question through you, Madam Chair. I really think we should ask a question about teaching quality. I think the engagement level and belonging is not only about, the comfort level of the students regarding whether they feel they belong to the school. Also, it's very important how engaged they are. The engagement really impacted by the quality of teaching and the satisfaction for the student with their teachers. Whether the teachers prepared to teach this class have greater impact on the student learning desire and the ability and the performance. So I think it's very important we incorporate the question regarding, the students' interaction and the response to the teacher performance. Also, I think we should ask a very important question that whether those students, they feel like they get enough education or adequate education so they're prepared to go for university and college. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have another follow-up question on safety. So I just want to know is whether the stuff you is important to incorporate in all those items I mentioned.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I want to just affirm some of what Trustee Pei has said. Those are the kinds of responses that students provide to us in a focus group setting. Some students are worried about whether they're going to be academically prepared and will tell us what it is that they would need in order to feel more optimistic and more engaged in school. So our questions do not limit students from making comments about their experiences, their learning experiences in classrooms, and to give us more precise information about what teachers and other educators in the school can do in order to increase their engagement. So we are open to hearing that. I know as a former superintendent, I heard from students around what they need in terms of classroom instruction. And in many cases, teachers are asking these questions directly themselves. I also know that in other aspects of the census, which you will hear more about in the future, similar questions have been asked, and we will be able to provide you with some of the feedback that we received.
Thank you, Madam Director. Through your chair, we have another question regarding safety. Whether there's a question asking about a student, what it really could make them to feel safer. Is that was in part of census or is not in part of census?
Thank you, Anshu. Thank you very much for the question, Trustee Pei. I'm going to invite Kriti to be providing some information that has already come from the census.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry, Jan is going to take this.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Some of the follow-up questions that we did ask students, in addition to the general question about how safe they feel at school or on the way home from school, pertain to, I would say, like the socio-emotional climate of the school. So one of the things that we did ask about is if students are hearing other students saying negative comments about various aspects of identity, for example, religion, race, ethnicity, students' mental health or well-being, gender identity. And if staff hear or are made aware of negative comments, how often do they do something about it? And so in terms of creating that safe space at school for students.
And through Madam Chair, I don't think the staff really answered my question. I just repeat my question, okay? So my question is about how we can make the student feel safer. Or we ask the student like how the board can do better to make you feel safer at the school. Did we ask this question at all in our census? Or we haven't yet, can we do that in the follow-up questions?
Through the chair, we did not ask a specific question asking about what would make schools safer. However, we did have the open-ended question at the end of the census where we asked students if they could change one thing about their school, what they might want to change. And some of those comments related to safety.
Through Madam Chair, I don't think this is the type of question you should put in the census because it's not specific. If you want to get specific answer, you have to ask a specific question. Okay, you don't try to get generalized, question. You try to get a specific answer. You're not going to get that. So I would recommend the staff to put this follow-up question in the future follow-up census. Is that possible?
Thank you for your feedback, Trustee Pei. Certainly, in our focus groups. If students are indicating that they are not feeling safe, we would be asking for additional information from them. I would hearken back to one of the key findings from the report, and that is our students are strongly reporting that they do feel safe in our schools. And that is a really excellent finding from the census.
Through you, Madam Chair, I want to lay out some factor here. We have the most violent year ever at our TDSB. Also, we got to consider, we only have 58% people respond. So that could deviate whatever we have collected from data. So school safety is my first priority. So I hope staff really can take stride to figure out what we can make a school safer, what we can make a student feel they're welcoming, especially consider what's happening right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, there were many questions asked about school safety, and certainly staff will take the suggestion of questions posed by Trustee Pay into consideration as we do follow-up work with students. And we also keep a list of potential questions for future census reports.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. I finished my question. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Trustee Arts. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So thank you to staff for this preliminary report. I've enjoyed reading it, and I've even in this preliminary form, and I'm looking forward to the deeper information as it comes out. I think at this point for me, a lot of this data is still it's a snapshot, but it's really too high level for to get into a lot of the concerns or proactive work and how does this inform different things we're doing. So I also look forward to that work in looking at the more enhanced data in conjunction with our multi-year strategic plan work that is still ongoing. So I did want to revisit the question from Trustee King around response rates and just a little bit deeper dive into whether staff thinks what impact the Ministry of Education's requirement to have a permission base, a permission approach as opposed to an opt-out approach, how that impacted participation in grades 4 to 8, I believe it was this year.
Thank you. Through the chair, we definitely think that impacted results because that was a different model than what had been in previous years. As you mentioned, Trustee Arts, it was more of an opt-out approach. The ministry attached to their template and their protocol for collecting information was to ask grades JK to grade 8 parents to respond on behalf of their child, and our compromise was to have the parents consent to in class or at home. So there is that is almost going to parents twice, which definitely impacted definitely impacted our response rates. Boards that conducted the census at the same time as us and decided not to do the same approach of us did see higher response rates for that younger panel. We just recently found out that the ministry has now changed their approach, and for following census administrations, you don't have to ask parents from JK to grade 8. So that was good news. We just found that out a couple days ago. So we would be going back to our previous method of in-class participation for the grades 4 to 12 students.
Oh, well, that's very good to hear. Yeah, their last minute inclusion of that I know caused some chaos for a number of boards. So one of the things, actually a feedback piece, one of the things I noticed, so I have a child that falls into that grades 4 to 8 category and one that at the time of the census fell into secondary school. And one of the things I appreciated as a parent is that I don't know if it was through the teacher or through the system, my child could not complete the census in school, like in the class time that was allotted by the teacher. And we got notes about that as parents, that it wasn't completed, and we were able to go, come on, let's go, let's go fill it out. I have no idea if my secondary student filled it out, even though, we did not opt out. I don't know if there's a mechanism to increase engagement for those older students by having the option of connection to families. I know they're perfectly capable, grade 4 and up, of filling it out themselves, just that the motivation might not be there. I could very well see a lot of teens going, dismiss and moving on. And so I thought that connection piece for my younger child was nice, that we could encourage the completion of and participation in the survey and make sure it was done. So actually, one of the other things about participation rates I'd be interested in as you analyze the data is that I know from the reports from our community support workers that a lot of work went in over those 3 weeks, a lot of work went into our model schools, that there was very specific meetings with families, support for filling out the census, the kind of that coordinated support. So I would be interested to see what the response rates look like with that model of support for the community versus the data for the system. Yeah, because I know they talked a lot about, before it launched in the schools, what their approaches were going to be, the different kinds of public meetings they were going to be holding, and support sessions and stuff like that for families. So I know that we don't have the resources to hold everybody's hand to do this, but it would be interesting to see what comes of that piece. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a response, if I may, through you, Chair, just to express gratitude. Those are terrific ideas, Trustee Arts, and we'll take those back. We absolutely want to see the response rate for our secondary students grow. So we'll take your 2 suggestions under advisement and see how we can strengthen our process. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Next is Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, and through the chair. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for this report and the incredible amount of work that went into it. I'm always very, very interested in the census, and I found the report to be quite comprehensive. I have a question around school council engagement. So it was mentioned in the report that data will be provided to school councils, and I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit more around that. Will they be presented as raw data, or will there be some school improvement goals presented along with it? Just wondering the format in which this will be provided to parents.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we're working with the Parent Engagement Office on how to best support school councils. Initial conversation is a condensed report around information that they feel is most useful for them to be able to support the school improvement plan at the school, and then also sort of overall presentation similar to what we discussed tonight and where the system is seeing. Those conversations are still in the works on what that exact report would look like, but we are definitely working with Michelle Monroe's office and how to best support school councils.
Okay, thanks so much. And my 2 cents on that would be that it needs to either come with some solutions. So here's the information, and here are the kind of school improvement solutions that we're putting in place. Either that or some type of framework to guide the principal in discussion with the school council on developing those school improvement goals together. I definitely think a framework around that would need to be provided to principals to help guide those discussions. And then my second question is, I know you touched on this in some of the discussion, but I was wondering if you could explain in more detail what was meant by themed intersectional analyses.
Through the chair. So the census has multiple themes throughout. Much of it is interweaving, but just as an example, if we pulled out mental health and well-being as a theme, and then we looked at student identity cross-tabulated with those different indicators to understand different identity groups and their experiences around mental health and well-being. That would be what we meant by that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Up next is Trustee Hastings. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking that question. I've been listening to that which we call survey, and I've been listening to the results of what has parsed, what has been taken to be surveyed. And my question to this is, how long was this survey? In what parts were they done in? In what type was it taken? Was it some electronic, some digital, some paper? Because it certainly doesn't bear out that which we call survey. I'm looking at it. I'm actually not looking. Well, I am looking at it. I'm listening to it and I'm going, oh my goodness. It sounds like the sampling was quite thin. Because I'm listening to what is and what isn't. Jewish membership. I went to a Jewish school. Jewish membership, and they're saying there's only so much of it. And I'm going, that person's right. How thin was the survey? I would like to know that. And yes, somebody had to have taken a lot of time to put this together. I thank them for that. Thank you for allowing the question.
Thank you very much, Trustee Hastings, for the questions, and Akriti would be very pleased to respond to yours.
Thank you, through the chair. So with respect to the survey length and how it was administered, in terms of the length and the number of questions on the survey is consistent with past censuses in the TDSB that we've done in 2016, 2011, and 2006. We told schools it would take roughly about 45 to 60 minutes to complete the survey. And again, this has been consistent with almost 20 years now of us doing these type of surveys. And we did work with a variety of other departments in the board to have considerations around how best to implement the survey. So for instance, there was a built-in break built in so that if students needed to take like a stretch or a pause, teachers were instructed, for instance, if students wanted to complete the survey in multiple sittings, they could do so. So it didn't all have to be completed in one go. And it was an online survey this time around. In the past, it has been a paper survey.
Thank you for that answer, through you, Madam Chair. That explains a lot of what I hear, and I like to listen, and I find this very disjointed. Not to put a shadow on everybody's work. Everybody's work is exemplary. It's just this sounds thin. I don't know how to fix that, but it sounds thin. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Hastings. That's the end of the speakers list. So at this time, we will open the vote. I need a mover and a seconder for the census. Trustee King and Trustee McLean, thank you. So we will open the vote, and just a reminder, this is for receipt.
Prisca Naraja in favor.
Trustee Beatty
Hastings
in
in
favor.
favor.
Roger Closing, I'm in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
Trustee Hassan, Trustee Didivides, how do you vote? I think we mark them as absent because there's no response. Okay, and that has carried. So we are now moving on to item number 5.3. This is the Math Achievement Action Plan.
No, isn't it the
Oh,
plan?
I'm sorry, I skipped ahead. My apologies, because this is also a very important report, and I certainly didn't mean to move past it. This is item number 5.2, the Climate Action Annual Report 2023. I'm going to turn it over to the director to introduce this report.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, I will turn it over to Senior Manager Richard Christie.
Yes, thank you very much, Director. I know the committee's been meeting for quite some time, so I'm going to keep my comments brief. It is a long report. It's our third annual climate action report to the board with 53 actions, so it's more comprehensive than previous reports. It builds on previous reports. Some of the highlights, some of the things that are new this year. We're, of course, updating the board on the climate crisis and its impact on youth, which I'm sure everyone is very concerned about, that I won't dwell on right now. This year, we put an emphasis also, though, on the financial case for reducing our energy consumption in our buildings and our greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a strong moral obligation to take strong action to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and our energy use. But there's also a very strong financial case that we make in the report, particularly given that the board is under a lot of pressure with its operating budget. In this report, we also set very specific targets for reducing our electricity and natural gas consumption. So that's outlined in the report. We also build upon previous work in terms of transportation. So we are slowly building out the electric vehicles that we're using and the charging infrastructure. We talk about green roofs for the first time in this report and make a commitment to improving our maintenance of green roofs. We talk about improvements that we are planning on making to our waste management, recycling, and organics programs. Again, this year, there's a big emphasis on education and engagement, including the significant work we're doing with OISE at the University of Toronto. And also for the first time this year, we have a section on urban Indigenous education and outdoor education. So I'll end my comments there and be very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christie, for that overview of the report, this really, really large report. Trustee Laskin, you have your hand up, so you can start us off. Thanks. Okay. Do you want to try moving to a? Do you want to try this one? My mic is working. Would you like to? I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to Mr. Christie. This is just great work. it's one of the reports that I think distinguishes us as a board and makes us all very proud. We're on the leading edge of this. But I really took one of the deputant's words to heart, how we're communicating all this great work. And I really wonder the effort that we can put in by working with communications for a page on the website, first of all, a banner on the website so people know what we're doing and they can click on it. And although there's graphics at the end that summarize the report card, which I think would be great to put in as communications, I really think like a chart with the 53 under the just a simple chart with the actions, and then maybe clickable links if people want to read more, because I just the report itself is long and great, but just for a snapshot, like an executive summary, I'm wondering if you have thought or might consider working with communications on that, or potentially that's a task that the Community Advisory Committee, a subcommittee of the Community Advisory Committee might want to take on. That's number one. And number two is the delegate also talked about the potential of, wouldn't it be great if this could be child-friendly, student-friendly, so kids could understand their actions in the classroom or in the schools can make such a difference. And again, I know you have much on your plate in your very tiny sustainability staff office, but it's also such a great idea that I wasn't sure if you heard the deputation, so I wanted to mention it to you. And again, thank you for this just tremendous work. And for me, I want to shout it from the rooftops and just need the materials in order to do so. So I'll just stop there.
So through the chair, Trustee Laskin, those are all excellent ideas. I actually did have a long meeting with my team today to discuss this very thing. So yes, we will have staff work on this. We'll work with our communications department as well. And I also was particularly struck with the idea of the student-friendly version. So those are all very good suggestions, and we will follow up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up on the list, we have Trustee Suskandaraja. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Christie. And, you know, just as Trustee Laskin, as she is up there on the roof shouting, I hope one day we get to have solar panels up there too, while that's happening. That would be really, really nice to see throughout our system. I just have one question. I know the TRCA, they've struck a sort of an education committee. We send a trustee rep to that committee. I am that rep. We don't meet very often. I think we're scheduled to meet in January. We were supposed to meet this month, but it got moved to January. Nevertheless, the question I have is, since this is such a comprehensive report, do we do any sort of knowledge mobilization? Do we share this information with them? I think they're trying to strengthen their partnerships. And this would be, I think, a really good way to connect so that work doesn't get replicated elsewhere, and that we sort of can take this work beyond this of just the immediate, our board.
So through the chair, thank you very much for that question. So I will just note, and this actually comes back to our how we can improve on communication. We actually do have solar panels on 358 of our schools, and which represents, I think the number is something like 38 megawatts of an installation, which is really significant. It's similar in size to a small hydroelectric dam that we have in Ontario. So actually, TDSB is a leader in the world. I don't think you'll find another school district that has nearly as many but again, speaks to communication, and it's one of the things we need to talk more about. With respect to knowledge mobilization is very good. Just for information, I am presenting to a provincial committee tomorrow that has school board representatives on it. They've invited me to speak to this report. But I think your suggestion about TRCA is a good one. We actually received an award from TRCA in previous years, probably about 4 or 5 years ago. They recognized our work with an award. So off and on over the years, we have been communicating with them, but a lot of time has passed since then. So it wouldn't hurt to continue to pick up on that communication again.
I think it's a good time because I think they're also trying to be more intentional with the education piece, which I think the rationale for striking up that committee that they have. And I did actually know about the solar panels in our schools. I just didn't realize it was as many as you mentioned, so that I'm happy to hear. But of course, our goal is all of them. But yes, I think like many other trustees and the delegates have mentioned, I think communication is something we need to really get out there, because I think what this does is it also changes culture. As students become very prideful of the initiatives that we do, and it becomes more integrated into the way they live their lives, I think it just does so much more for climate action. I think about sort of at work, at my day job, I have colleagues in BC, and just how their culture is so different, I find, to Ontario. And you get that from a very early age of introducing sort of environmental stewardship. And I think we do that as well, but I think we can just be a bit better at kind of advertising and prioritizing it so students know, because I don't know that they know we're doing all this wonderful work. So again, thank you for the report, and thank you for all the work that you and your department do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Next up, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I just want to thank Mr. Christie and his team, his entire team, and the work of the committee on the report. It's really important, and I was really, the student engagement section I was really excited by, and when I attend the committee's meetings, and I'm always asking about that, and I think it's really important. So, and I really like the ideas that were presented here as additional means to try to engage. And I really enjoyed capturing the monetary savings, that this isn't just aspirational from a needs basis, where we should actually be motivated from a monetary sense to carry this out. So this doesn't have to be this this loss. The cost doesn't. We always don't have to get bogged down by the cost of it. We can do this and have it be monetarily rewarding at the same time, which is incredibly important. So I just wanted to thank the team and really commend for all this work. This is a brilliant report, and I really enjoyed reading it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee McLean. Up next, we have Trustee Earhart.
Oh, thanks very much. And thank you so much for this report. And this is now my second opportunity to see a climate action plan report at board. And I really appreciate seeing the growth and ambition with the report, as well as the continued sense of urgency. And I think this is an area of great passion for me over decades. And so it's, I read with great joy and in much detail all of the actions. And I can say that I myself, when I first started to engage in the environment in grade 4 in a school environment club where we were advocating for recycling and then doing ourselves the separation of garbage with recycling to set up programs, I can really see in this the many ways where students and school communities can take part and engage and have some agency around something that just given the broader discussions we've had today as well about mental health and confidence in the future, I see it as a really important part of the broader work that we do for student achievement, not just the urgency in terms of our contributions to GHG emissions and the actual problem, but in our core mandate around student achievement and student well-being as well. And so I just want to applaud everyone's efforts in this area. I have all kinds of questions. I'm going to pick a few. I think, so I will start with ones around funding. And so as I read all of the work that is being undertaken, it really occurs to me that the Ministry of Education may not be the entity that would be most interested in these actions. So certainly other orders of government, the province, the city, and the federal government would all be interested in the TDSB's contributions in these areas. I'm wondering how we report in and how we navigate the multiple funding opportunities that could be available to the TDSB in this area. I know of many. One that I would mention is green bonds, the Ontario green bonds, which are funding that other areas of the province receive funding, even within the ward I represent, just adjacent. Michael Guerin Hospital's retrofits are being funded in part through Ontario green bonds. And so just wondering how we see the opportunity for TDSB to leverage these funding opportunities, and whether or not the Ministry of Education has engaged us to champion us within the broader provincial family and other orders of government for the significant work that we are undertaking. Thank you.
So through the chair, I will at least provide a partial answer, and Executive Officer Maya Pichetti may want to add on to what I say. So I think what I would say with regard to seeking funding opportunities, so I think we have consistently done well, particularly with the city. So as one example, for the active, safe, and sustainable transportation work that we received from the city, a 3 years of funding together with the Catholic Board. We were jointly funded, and the 3-year funding is almost $1 million, and that's allowed us. It's really the TSTG group that is leading that work on behalf of the 2 school boards. But that was a significant achievement. We also do very well with the city with respect to trees. The majority of the trees that we've been planting on our school grounds since 2006 are all paid for by the city. So it all comes from the nurseries that the city contracts with, which saves us a significant amount of money. And the city, on top of that, has been providing us with $100,000 in grant in money a year to support our tree planting. So those are just some examples. We do try to monitor some of the federal funding, provincial funding. And we have actually recently applied for federal funding for a program. We weren't successful. What we frequently find is that we don't qualify. There's a federal program out right now, but we don't qualify for it. So I think it's something we have to continue to pay attention to. Again, Executive Officer Pichetti may want to add on to my comments.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would add that we've also been very successful in receiving incentives from the 2 main utilities when we've made energy saving conversions. And so we've been able to apply and receive funding in that way. I will be very frank. I don't see much leadership or encouragement, I should say, perhaps, on the part of the Ministry of Education towards making or supporting new school and major additions to, sort of being more innovative towards sustainability in their designs. They're very much concerned about the overall amount of money that's made available to school boards across the province to build new schools. So they don't really have a way to take in that there are cost-benefit analysis that also may generate costs or may generate energy savings, operational savings, and reduce greenhouse gas. The current way projects are funded and evaluated, there really is no opportunity to sort of prioritize or encourage those projects through other funding. And what we are able to do with existing buildings is, and it would be very hard not to do this, is that when we do replace air handling units or boilers, or for example, we're always striving to put the most energy efficient equipment and components in our buildings. But there's really no overall program available to us that has energy savings, reduction of greenhouse gas as a sort of program goal that we can apply to. We do it in most school boards. We do this on our own. Most school boards want to do the right thing, so we just go ahead and do it and try to find opportunities and ways to do it. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. It's helpful, and I will say it's somewhat disappointing because even on the green, not of the TDSB, but of the Ministry of Education, because I see even on the Green Bonds website, I see that there is a process where ministries are invited to submit ideas, and so I find myself wondering why I've not seen any education-related investments coming out of the many years of successful investments in green bonds for energy efficiency in particular. I find it curious, and it's something that perhaps through our work for budget advocacy and consultations, we may want to consider noting the opportunities, the missed opportunities across existing provincial funding. I also wanted to ask, there were a few areas where, to me, I felt I wanted more information, and I'm not sure if this would be the report for it. Outdoor learning was one of the areas. What is happening across all schools and enhancing outdoor learning time as a contributor for mental health and well-being, and also hot classrooms and coming on to next summer. So those were two areas where I'm wondering if we can anticipate any updates to board this year on those matters. Thanks very much.
Okay, so maybe I'll jump in on the, through the chair, I'll jump in on the outdoor learning. We have with us today David Hocker-Budlowski, who's the centrally assigned principal for outdoor education. And he and his team have been providing a lot of leadership on outdoor learning. So I wonder if David would comment, and then I would think that Executive Officer Cocchetti would comment on the hot classrooms question.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. The support to schools has been well received in the system, and attached in the report provided tonight is the research findings from year one of the support to schools. And some of the findings from that, we are hoping to receive the updated report shortly. The support to schools does continue in schools across all of our LCs, with outdoor education staff working in the role of co-teacher, working in classrooms to support curriculum connected learning in local schools, schoolyards, and local communities. Actually, tomorrow we are bringing all the teachers together to help build learning communities and networks to support that outdoor learning for those supports to be taking place. So thanks for the opportunity, and we continue to enjoy that work in schools across all LCs.
Okay, thanks very much, and I look forward to being able to receive that updated report. I think the last thing I wanted to ask was around jobs, and both thinking about our staff, and I can see my time is about to run out, but also opportunities for students. There are a few key places. I noted a sustainability consultant, an occupational health. I wanted to see if that could relate to items like illnesses like COVID in schools, and why we were looking at external consultants for that, and why not hiring someone in-house for that one. Thank you.
Executive Officer Puchetti.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Trustee Erhard, I missed the very last part of your question.
Yes, no problem at all. It was related to why we were looking at consulting services for this area of expertise and not bringing someone in-house for this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I can start and then turn to Senior Manager Christie for more information. And just to say, there is expertise available out externally that we don't have in-house. But one of the things we want to do is to grow that knowledge in-house. And so when we submit something in here as a sort of pilot or a proposal to get it started, it's important that we have the best expertise and people who have done this before. So we're not, to use that old quote, reinventing the wheel. But then, from that, our hope, our goal would be that we would take that information and that knowledge and run with it for doing more types of projects. But I'll turn it over to Senior Manager Christie if he has anything else to add.
Through the chair, I think the way I would look at it is that what we're doing, it's a combination of building our own in-house staff expertise and also using external professionals selectively and strategically and appropriately. But I will say there is one of the big things that we've been doing over the last few years is really focusing. We've got a lot of very good staff, a lot of very good people with a lot of good experience. And so one of the things we're trying to do is really focus that team and getting them away from things that have lower value that they maybe have done for many years, and trying to focus on things that have high value in reducing energy consumption, as an example. We're working extremely hard on team building because of the complexity and all of the people that need to be involved in making changes across buildings and transportation and school grounds and all these areas. And it's actually one of the actions in the report. We do say in the report that we have a little bit of money available annually to actually invest in the professional learning of our staff, especially those that we are relying on and counting on to really drive the agenda forward. Like there's a whole program on teacher professional learning we've been doing that for many years. We continue to do that, but there's a renewed emphasis on our engineers, our technical staff to really build up knowledge and skills. And it's quite wonderful to see the flourishing that's coming from that. People getting very excited about their work and they feel it's very meaningful and purposeful, and they get opportunities to do professional learning to increase their knowledge and skills.
Great, thank you so much. That was my time, and so I really appreciate all of the responses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Erhard. Up next, we have Trustee King. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, a couple of questions for Senior Manager Christie on one of the action items specifically, and then a more general question. I'm curious about action number 26, which relates to active, safe, and sustainable transportation. So I'm interested in this piece because it also, of course, has impacts and benefits in terms of supporting our climate action goals, but it also relates to student mental health, physical health, which then relates directly to achievement. So I'm just wondering if staff can give us just a better sense of an example of what some of these active programs look like, what the entry point is for communities to access this. And because it's one of the areas where I think students can have really active involvement and engagement, and families can as well, I'm also interested in just where we hear more about this. Is this part of a transportation report down the road? How do we follow the development of this work as well?
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question, Trustee King. So I guess what I would say is that we have been focusing on active, safe, and sustainable transportation for a number of years. And we did manage to start a program of our own that was fairly small. We were working with about 20 schools a year, and we were trying to focus on the schools that really looking at the data in terms of working with our partners at the city, looking at data to try to understand what school communities were under the most pressure, particularly from a traffic safety point of view, where there were great concerns about just the volume of traffic and the risk to students, et cetera, that kind of thing. And the big breakthrough, as I mentioned earlier, was when the city really liked the work we were doing and agreed to direct, as I said before, about $1 million in funding over 3 years, so we could expand our work in partnership with the Catholic Board as well. Now, what's happened in that process of the expansion is that responsibilities actually gone from sustainability, my team, over to TSTG, the Student Transportation Group. So there is staff in that team, and they are in the process of expanding, which basically what it comes down to is it means they because of the city funding, there are more staff, and they are able to work with more schools. So what that looks like basically is that, in essence, what it means is that there's an effort to try to identify the schools under the most pressure, and then those schools are invited to participate. It's a year-long program. It's kind of a year-long intensive program. Schools have to commit to forming a team and to doing follow-up and being very active participants in this. But basically, a facilitator is assigned to each of these schools for a year. They do assessments of how many students are walking to school, how many are being driven, assessments of traffic. They walk in the neighborhood to see what the issues are. So it's a holistic look at the school, at the community, looking at barriers to active transportation, like why aren't more students walking to school, as an example. And then basically what happens is that the facilitator works with the school to put together a realistic plan. And it can be all sorts of things: education, outreach to parents, working with parents, getting buy-in, working with transportation services to improve, like signage on streets, as an example, street crossings. It can even lead to changes in our parking lots, some physical modifications to our parking lots to make them safer. So that's kind of long-winded, but it is a very comprehensive program. And hopefully that helps.
Thank you, it does. So I just want to clarify as well then, if there was a situation, a community where there wasn't particularly a pressure identified or a city component, but just from a community standpoint, there was an interest in just cultivating more active travel, more engagement in that way, would it be then maybe that this isn't necessarily the vehicle for that, but things like eco schools, the youth climate grants, some of the other kind of mechanisms available might fit there? It sounds like this is reserved for kind of larger, more comprehensive city-related initiatives. Is that right?
So through the chair, yes. I think it's really to what we've learned is that while lots of schools are under pressure from, for example, parents dropping the students off and all of the associated problems with that, the congestion, and so that's a widespread problem across hundreds of schools. But we also know that certain communities, the problem is just worse, and it's often because of the way the streets are designed, for example. I think there has always been, and I understand it continues to be, an emphasis on really trying to identify, like often what will happen is, as part of the assessment and shortlisting, So schools can step forward. It can be the principal, it could be parents, it could be a trustee asking, it could be a superintendent. So, often schools will actually express an interest, but there is an assessment that's done to really try to understand which are the schools that are under the most pressure. And for schools that are not successful getting in, then yes, there are the other venues, right? There is Eco Schools, that's just one example, and the Student Climate Action Grants, that whole program that is we have funding for, and that we work with schools on.
Thank you for that. And then second question, just more generally, I'm connecting a few dots in what we heard in the report and in delegations earlier. So we've heard about the climate anxiety among young people. We heard about the inequitable impact on racialized communities, and also the importance of students seeing themselves in the work that they're doing. So I'm wondering if staff can speak just to the approach to all of this work comprehensively, just where truth, reconciliation, culturally responsive work, where all that fits in. And I'm looking for the kind of specifics, like who's at the table or where there might be goals within this plan. It might relate to the communication strategy or how Indigenous ways of knowing have factored into the strategy of the work. Just looking for general response about the awareness and the application of that kind of element to the entire plan.
Yeah, so thank you, Trustee King. And so through the chair, I guess the couple things I would say about that. So I would point to the part of the report that talks about the work that we continue to do with OISE at the University of Toronto. So that's where there's a very big focus on teacher professional learning. We're entering into our third 3-year agreement, so we're going into year 7. And I would say there's a big focus on Indigenous ways of knowing. My staff, although my staff work with the OISE team, the OISE team brings a lot of expertise in terms of being culturally responsive. There's been workshops with teachers on environmental racism, and so I would think that that's where there's a lot of work with our teachers and with our educators. I think the other thing I would just point out is hopefully it will be helpful. It's kind of a concrete thing. So, if you look at the City of Toronto and you look at the concentration of trees, mature trees, tree canopy, if you look across the city, and you also look at the heat maps across the city, like what parts of the city are the hottest. And, there are parts of the city, like significant parts of the northwest of Toronto that have really, compared to other parts of the city, there are big pockets that have very little tree covered, either in the school grounds, the local community. And those communities also are measurably hotter. You can actually see it. So, one of the things I'm really pleased with is that, we not only have significantly upped our tree planting, we planted almost 1,200 trees this year alone. These are large caliper trees, but it's really the focus that the majority of those trees are going into the schools that are in neighborhoods. They tend to be high need schools in neighborhoods with little tree canopy and school grounds with few trees. And we do know, the other thing I'll also point out in connection with that, the University of Toronto did a significant study. It was when it was in a peer-reviewed scientific journal. And what they did was they compared tree canopy at TDSB schools with EQAO test results. And what they found, which was considered with the scientific literature on this, is that you can actually see in the test results, particularly at schools where there's a lot of external challenges for students, you can see that the schools with more tree canopy actually do better on the test results. And the theory as to why that's the case is the idea is that exposure to nature, even trees in the school ground, are calming. They have a calming impact on people, including students, and students that are less stressed are better prepared to learn. So anyway, just a big focus on education in our work with OISE, but also we're trying to be very pragmatic and practical and make physical, tangible changes to our school grounds and changing really the city in that work that we're trying to do.
Thank you. I think the evidence of the work as it relates to achievement is really neat and really important to keep following up on. And I think the equitable approach is appreciated as well, and being able to identify the need across the city. And I think I would just add that, in terms of the eco space in that sector, historically, it's one that I know not all folks have seen themselves represented in, and I think that's something to continue to remember in all of our work as we want to engage students, community, family as part of the solution as well. Thank you.
Okay, we have Trustee Earhart, who is next.
Thanks very much. I thought I'd go back on the list just with a few extra questions, but I will just pick up to say a big thank you for all of the sections on trees and also the notes around arborists coming onto the team. I've spent the better part of my professional life working on trees, water, and drainage, and I am very pleased to see the quality and caliber of the thinking that's going in around the tree canopy. The work that I saw last year in the plan around the thought given to the species that are being planted, both culturally relevant or indigenous to the geographies. It's really, really wonderful work, and I'm thrilled to hear that there will be more arborists on the TDSB team and that there will be opportunities for students. So I'm pulling that out as a specific area, but I really felt overall in the whole report, it was just of such a high quality. And so that just, I want to emphasize with great thanks, the work. With that though, there was a few places where I was particularly excited and wanted to hear a little bit more. And so one was about Toronto Parking Authority. So I'm jumping from trees now to the Parking Authority, which has announced its own work for electrical charging stations and is doing our city bike as well. And so just wondering what our relationship is with them and what kind of opportunities may exist with them on a few of the specific action items. I noticed a few where there could be great opportunity with them. Thanks very much.
So through the chair, what I would say is that there have been discussions with TPA over the last number of years, particularly around EV charging stations, because they not only have them on their own properties that they're managing, but of course they're managing the city's program and a whole program on the streets with EV charging stations. So we've been assisted in that with Ryan Glenn's team at TLC, and has been very much involved in those discussions. So I think what I would say is that we were hopeful at one point that we could get an agreement with them and do something with them, and it didn't quite materialize. And so what we've done, and as we've said in the report, and what we're really focusing on now, we're excited about now, is the feasibility study looking at charging stations, making charging available, EV charging available to our own staff, like teachers as an example, school staff, let's say, and also the public after hours. So we have applied for funding to help support that from TAF, and we understand it's been received very well. We haven't had a final word on that yet, but the undertaking would be to do a feasibility study. We would work with partners, like we would involve the city, we'd involve TPA, we'd involve others in that study, and really we'd be looking for a way to see if we can start to build that charging infrastructure out. Now, probably doesn't need to be said that the big challenge is really going to be the financial challenge, right? We have the land, right? So that's what we have. But financially, it's the cost of putting the stations in, the cost of maintaining the stations, how are they going to be maintained when they go down, things like that. So we don't know at this point whether whether it will be feasible, but we will be working with the best minds in the city, folks from TAF, the city, TPA, and others. And I'm, I think there's a good chance that we will come out the other end with at least a pilot that we can try. And anyway, so that's the big thing I would like to share with respect to that.
Thanks very much. I will say I represent a community that's very excited about electric vehicles, but that we are extremely challenged in siting charging stations. So I see a very key opportunity in the community I represent, and I do hope other orders of government, not just municipal but provincial, will also consider this as a strategic opportunity to kickstart a very important sector for all. And then just one last question, and it is, I'm getting very specific again, and my apologies, it's around Action 12, implementing guiding principles that consider sustainability and climate responsibility. I'm wondering of the role of TLC in that as it relates to their capital proposals and partnerships, and just what the connection is there for who is adopting those guiding principles and how they're sort of going out across all of our work in capital area. Thank you.
So through the chair, I'll ask Executive Officer Pichetti, I think, maybe best to answer that question.
Thank you. And through the chair, the ideas and work that we have undertaken to make our buildings and our sites sustainable and energy efficient, we work very closely with TLC. They count on our guidance when it comes to design standards for any schools in joint use or new development type buildings. And, you know, I anticipate that this will only, this knowledge sharing and response will only get better and better as we go along. I also want to point out that, you know, we, in the city of Toronto, we have the, we are a city with green standards. You must meet the green, the City of Toronto's green standards to get site plan approval. So now they've even increased the requirements for building efficiency for new developments. So I anticipate as we go forward doing projects within developments that the developers are going to also want to champion energy efficiency, sustainability, and you know, all these designs, even if they are building in a very, sometimes very constrained, tight urban site.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to leave my questions from there and just thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes our speakers list for this evening. So can I have a mover and a seconder for this report? Trustee McLean, Trustee Williams? And we can open the vote on this. And then I do know we have business arising after that we will go to after this.
Sriskandaraj in favor.
In favor.
Yes, from Trustee Wong.
Pei in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Trustee Hassan, Trustee Patel, how do you vote?
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee Hassan? Okay.
Trustee Hassan in favor.
Okay, thank you. We've got your vote recorded. And that has carried unanimously. And I believe, Trustee Wong, you have business rising.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Um, First of all, I want to apologize. Where I am, the reception may not be at its best. So you do not hear me, please let me know, and I'll try again. I would like to start. I would like to echo the comments and from my fellow trustees in terms of the work, the amazing work of the team under the leadership of Executive Officer Maya Paschetti and Senior Manager Richard Christie. And it's very exciting for me when I was reading through the report that I can help it and I have the sense of being very positive and hopeful for a sustainable community and environment for all of us and for our generations to come. So now again, as we have heard from many international experts on the indisputable and undeniable, undebatable urgentness of the moving the agenda forward towards greenhouse gas emission, and recognizing that the efforts have to be front loaded in order to meet the target of net zero emission by 2040. I would like to table a motion to the effect that will set our course towards achieving that goal in a very like measurable way. So I would like to ask Ms. Joseph Dow to put the motion on the screen, and also welcome comments from staff. Thank you.
So I'll take over since Chair Chonaslin is going to be seconding it. Just wanted to confirm. Trustee Chonaslin, are you seconding?
Yes.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we have a mover and a seconder. Before we go to any questions, do you want to speak on it as well, Trustee Chonaslin?
I think I would just add that this report is truly groundbreaking. The number of action points on it are quite monumental, and the items in them individually on their own are each one significant. But when you look at it as a whole, it is truly, I find it inspiring, and I find it, I'm really in awe of the leadership role that we're taking as exemplars of taking this seriously and really listening to students and hearing the climate is one of the things that they are most worried about. And to me, this is not only the right thing to do from a moral standpoint, but also from listening to our students and taking that to heart. But I also think, like, just in the spirit of this report that we've just heard, I think the goal to do better, to do more, is really encapsulated by this motion to try to go even further. So I thank Trustee Wong, who's been a passionate leader on this for many years on the environmental CAC and just in general. So I'm happy to support this, and I hope our colleagues will as well.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from trustees or any comments from trustees before I ask if staff want to respond to this, as Trustee Wong had asked at the end? Okay, seeing no questions or comments from, sorry, go ahead, Trustee Arhart.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm very supportive of this motion and very grateful to Trustee Wong for bringing it forward. And I do hope that this is something that is very achievable, but also ambitious. But I did want to, if staff could respond, or I did want to flag that another area that is very important to student well-being is clean air. And we do know that over the past few years that making sure that our HEPAs are on and that we have the maximum ventilation, the maximum air exchange that we can in our systems has increased our energy consumption. That's always a very important trade-off. And we also know that some of our hot weather air conditioning systems increase our energy consumption. So I'm hopeful that staff could comment on if they feel this is achievable without jeopardizing the need to achieve clean air through the use of HEPAs, as well as good temperature achievement in the very immediate term with some of the air conditioning units that we bring in for our schools. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So through the chair, I'll start, and again, Executive Officer Pichetti might want to add to my comments. So first of all, I think that the staff are ready for this next step, and I think we're anxious to come forward next year with this report on upping our ambition in a very concrete way. So we are in support of this. I would just say that what I've been learning, and it's becoming clearer and clearer to me, is that one of the keys to making improvements, reducing our energy, is making sure our building systems are operating as designed. They're operating really, really well, and fixing all of the issues, all of the problems that arise. And this is where I think there's an alignment between getting our building systems running properly and really well and staying on top of them, where there's an alignment between that'll help us reduce energy, and it'll also help with air quality and ventilation, etc. So I think there's actually a big overlap. I'm not concerned about the energy consumption of HEPA filters. I'm not concerned about providing the fresh air that's needed for our students and air conditioning on the hot days. I'm not concerned about those things. I think my sense of it, as we get deeper and deeper into this work, is that we can use the energy for those things because they're very important, and we can make reductions in our consumption. So I think they are compatible. It might seem sometimes they're in conflict, but I don't think they actually are. I think we can achieve both.
That's great and very hopeful to hear. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's it from me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would ask Associate Director Zucker to also add her comments.
Thank you, and through the chair. So very much appreciate this motion coming forward, and I think it is an important target for us. I do want to say it's an ambitious target. So if we all have it in mind, I would still, I think that bringing forward a report next, or included in the report next year, to bring something forward to say what we would need to do in order to achieve 20%. And I think that's what this is asking about, timelines and resources, will be really important, because there will be investments required, whether it's staff time or capital improvements that will be able to assist us to get here. And maybe I can just ask Executive Officer Pichetti to speak to one of the examples that we're doing in the resources and timelines that it took, but the improvements that we saw because of it.
Thank you, Associate Director Zucker, and to the chair. So actually, in action number 1, we talk about the work that's happened since April. And it's very focused. It's looking at a group of schools in 1 LC, and what we've done to work with the building operators, who are our caretakers, as well as our maintenance department, to find efficiencies in how we operate our buildings. It's been really very rewarding and very impressive work for a variety of reasons, not only in reducing finding ways to reduce energy through better operation of our buildings, but we are also seeing that buy-in from our caretaking staff, because the work that we do is not one way, it's two-way. We work with them, we answer questions, we provide information about how much energy their building uses and what are some of the things they need to pay attention to. And then, of course, with our maintenance department, we're also bringing them on board to see what adjustments or repairs we need to make to the buildings. But it is a challenge. We have an aging, large portfolio, and our buildings are not standardized. So while this has been very successful and we see it as a model to expand for our other schools and LCs, I'm cognizant that, you know, with this size of portfolio and the age of the buildings and the variety in our buildings, that there are going to be some challenges we'll have to address as we go forward. So the idea of coming back with a plan that shows how we can increase the energy efficiency system-wide, I think that makes a lot of sense. And you can see from this report that we bring very practical measures to trustees. These aren't theoretical, these are very practical. But I'm cautious about assigning a number like 20% to this until we've had a chance. For example, this program only started in April. So we need a chance to see how it's going to work through the heating season, which is up and coming, to reflect on the good work that's happened, but how that you know, translates to the demands in buildings when it comes to operating schedules, delivering heat, older buildings where you have one zone of the building that's really cool and the other zone that's too hot. So I am just very cautious about the number of 20%, rather than just saying we will come back with concrete measures to increase our energy savings in the next climate action report.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other trustees who would like to speak on this or ask questions? Okay, seeing or hearing none, we have a mover and a seconder. Do we go to e-scribe?
Dawson in favor.
Sriskandaraj in favor.
Pei in favor.
Hassan in favor.
Patel in favor.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. I'll pass the chair back to Chair Chanaslin.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Shen. Up next, we are at item number 5.3. This is the Math Achievement Action Plan, and I will turn it over to Director Russell Rollins to introduce this.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, it's certainly my pleasure to be talking about math achievement at this meeting this evening. This strategy is required by the Ministry of Education. However, the board can look forward to other academic strategies coming before you during this school year. So with that, I will turn it over to Associate Director Sarisco.
Thank you very much, trustees. We've been in this room for a bit of time this evening. We've seen your enthusiasm and excitement about climate action, about the census, about buildings. You're going to get blown away because we're talking about math. And just like the butterfly, whose favorite subject is mathematics, we are all going to appreciate and love math. Thank you, thank you. I am joined this evening by System Superintendent of Mathematics, Denise Humphreys, System Superintendent of Mathematics Lisa Dilworth, and Centrally Assigned Principal of Mathematics STEM and the Arts Mervy Salo. Student achievement in mathematics is a key indicator of student success within our educational system and pathways. The Ministry of Education has placed urgent focus on mathematics, as has the TDSB. Tonight, we are going to highlight how our action plan aligns to the ministry's expectations. We're also going to be highlighting our focus on monitoring, on implementation, and student success. We look forward to your questions and feedback, and Denise is now going to be providing an overview of the priorities in math.
Good evening. Today we are presenting the first of 3 math reports for 2023-2024 for receipt. The ministry has created a provincial student achievement action plan in mathematics is one of the key focus areas under achievement and learning outcomes and core academic skills. The ministry has determined 3 priority areas that all school boards will be focusing on their efforts. Number 1, ensuring fidelity of curriculum implementation and use of instructional and assessment practices with a proven track record of enhancing student achievement. Priority 2, engaging in ongoing learning on mathematics content knowledge for teaching. And priority 3, knowing the mathematics learner and ensuring mathematical tasks, interventions, and supports are relevant and responsive. As a school board, we were asked to select areas of focus under each of the 3 priority areas. These areas of focus are specific to the needs of students in TDSB based on our data sets. Next slide, please. As you can imagine, we have also created school and classroom level goals for each of these areas of focus. You will find a full description of these in Appendix A attached to the board plan you received. The plan also indicates what we are doing, meaning the strategies in our professional learning plan, what is changing, the outcomes we hope to achieve in the short and long term for our board, and who is better off. This includes our monitoring and data collection plan. Next slide, please. Our TDSB strategy represents both priority math schools and all schools. Based on EQAO results, TDSB has 148 priority grade cohorts at grade 3, 6, and 9. These schools are identified by the ministry as our priority schools for our work with the Math Achievement Action Plan. Regardless of the Ministry of Education designation as a priority school, all TDSB schools are expected to support math learning through their school improvement planning process and support math achievement for all students. Our math priority schools have access to professional learning. Teachers in these schools engage in co-planning and co-teaching with staff called Math Learning Partners. In addition to this, all students in TDSB have access to digital math tools to support student learning. Now I will pass the next slide on to System Superintendent Lisa Dilworth.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you. As you can see, this slide represents our current professional learning plan, which is provided to our educators by our math learning partners under the supervision of our math coordinator, Jason Toe, and our centrally assigned principal, Mervy Salo. The learning sessions focus on research-based and ministry-recommended math learning practices, such as those embedded in building thinking classrooms, building foundational math skills in the early years, and spiraling coding. This professional learning occurs in blocks of 4 sessions, and the first block of 4 sessions is just wrapping up. Our math learning partners co-create and present this learning to clusters of schools, including both priority and non-priority schools. They then support the teachers in our priority schools in implementing the strategies from the learning in their classrooms. As the fall sessions are coming to an end, our team will soon be creating an additional offering on fractions for second semester to augment what we are currently offering. Principals and superintendents are encouraged to attend these educator-focused sessions as well. We will also be engaging principals and superintendents in leader learning to ensure coherence and to help them develop strategies to support effective math learning back at their schools. Next slide, please. Here we provide you with a visual comparison between the work that we have been doing historically in TDSB to support math improvement, most recently the renewed math strategy, or affectionately known as the RMS, and our current math achievement action plan. As you can see, many of the strategies are similar. However, there are fundamental differences. For example, the current plan, the ministry has determined which schools will be prioritized through EQAO, and these schools are where the math learning partners are assigned to support staff. In the past, this was determined by individual school boards. The current plan strives to create coherence from the classroom to the boardroom through ongoing learning for superintendents and principals, which has been aligned with the learning happening to support teachers and students through a focus on school and board improvement planning. Finally, the ministry funding for the current Math Achievement Action Plan has provided us with an allocation of 24.5 math learning partners and 2 board math leads. There has been no funding at this time for release time for teachers or for resources such as materials to support learning. This was provided under the RMS. Schools are currently using budget to release staff and to provide resource materials. Next slide, please. I will now pass it on to centrally assigned Principal Mervi Salo.
Thank you. In our math reports to trustees and the ministry, which are scheduled for November, March, and June, we'll provide detailed updates on our progress concerning these 3 priority pillars detailed in the report appendix. These updates will reflect board, school, and classroom progress. We've established key performance indicators, or KPIs for short, for each pillar and at each level to measure our progress. For example, one KPI measures the application of the professional learning from the system level to the classes in the priority schools, as evidenced through teaching practices and student learning experiences. We've ensured that these KPIs create a clear through line from board, school, to classroom levels. Our strategic planning is guided by 3 key questions. What are we doing? What is changing as a result? And who benefits from these changes? Per the ministry's requirements, we're tracking specific data within our priority schools, such as EQAO scores for grades 3, 6, and 9, math report card marks, attendance, and confidence in math. Beyond these, we're committed to monitoring student development and other important metrics that affect our students, educators, and administrators. These assessment tools, this assessment includes increased implementation of formative assessment tools, pedagogical documentation, and surveying staff and students regarding their confidence levels in math. Next slide, please. So we've got a couple of pictures, and teachers and student feedback has been overwhelmingly positive and inspiring. One teacher with 23 years experience praised the professional learning as the most beneficial they have attended. Others have expressed appreciation for the practical tools and resources that have enhanced their teaching methods and have expressed heartfelt gratitude for the support in becoming, quote, better math educators. Students, too, are noticing a shift in their relationship with math. Where there was once aversion, there's now achievement and enjoyment. They're engaging in math in dynamic ways, far removed from the static, quote, sit down and do this activities. One student metaphorically captured the essence of our pedagogical shift by saying, we need our brains to be like bubblegum so they can stretch. So we can see they're valuing the flexibility and growth in their learning processes. This feedback is a testament to our evolving approach to math instruction, one that stretches minds and changes attitudes. These changes cultivate a culture where math is not just a subject, but a gateway to critical thinking. Next slide, please. Thank you. For your time and attention to this math report.
Thank you very much to the team. And trustees, we would welcome your questions.
First up, we have Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm curious about, you indicated that the province had changed they identified the schools that were focused on and taking that away. I was wondering, did we find a big difference in the list that resulted from having it done? They're obviously taking a different approach. I'm curious about the difference in what those two lists look like with a different thought process.
Well, I can't speak to the whole board, but what I can speak to is my own experience. I was actually a student achievement officer at that point in time. And I will tell you, for the schools that I serviced, many of those same schools are on this list again. So I can tell you, within my sample size of, 20, 30 schools, the same schools are being identified.
And just because I'm curious, how frustrating is it to have the government pretend that back to basics was something they invented? It's a rhetorical. You're really not.
Please don't answer that question.
You're really not supposed to swing at that. And I will share with my colleagues that I had award forum, a math night award forum, and Jason Toe was nice enough to come out and lead the presentation. And he brought his whiteboards, and the first order of business is that he had us all up at the whiteboards doing math. So it was a fun night, and it was really interesting to see firsthand just how different it was, decades ago when I was in a math class. So thank you for the report. Thank you for the continued efforts to support students in this important area of study.
Okay, next we have Vice Chair Shan, followed by Trustee Rajakulasingam.
Thank you very much for this report, and it's very exciting to read this, and it's very thorough. There's a lot of details and a lot of strategizing. I like the way it's organized around different priorities at different levels, and has multiple things that we all have been asking for. I think the concept of back to basics is contradictory to what you're presenting. In fact, nothing's basic out here. It's innovative. It's much different than 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So it's not like going back to a style that we used to have. It's in fact, very different. My questions are related to reports. I know February and May, the report says there will be board committee that it will be presented to. Would like to know whether it would come to the board PPC or is it just still to be determined which committee it will come to in February and May?
Thank you very much. Through this chair, thank you for indulging this report here at PPC this evening. The math strategy and literacy strategies will go to Program and School Services Committee moving forward.
Okay, thank you. There is also a component about parent engagement, and there is because of the way in which some of the messaging has been in public. Again, going back to basics and trying to make parents think that kids need to learn the way they did, memorizing things, multiplication tables and other things. How are we communicating and engaging parents with this different style of doing things? I know there's a brand of strategy in there, but is that something that the senior leadership on this team, working with parent engagement officers, other committees and things like that, to make sure that there is a bit of a cohesion on this?
Through the chair, currently the math team is consulting and working with various offices. The parent and family engagement offices is one of the areas where we are going to continue to consult. We also, at our senior leadership meetings, are working with superintendents in their work to support families and schools and school administration in this work. We also have a mandate in our communication plan to support our website, and also we are supporting trustees through ward forums. So this will be coming. Our work with the Parent Engagement Office is definitely going to help us in supporting some actions and strategies moving forward for families in TDSB.
Thank you very much, Denise. I would also invite trustees when our first meeting of our communications subcommittee ad hoc group meets, we would welcome any additional strategies that you would like to offer with regards to engaging parent communities in different ways.
Thank you, and I look forward to having the team at my ward forum in a couple of days as well. The concept of identifying schools and targeting is great. Unfortunately, we sometimes rely on standardized testing to know a lot of these things as opposed to, more school-based data that is more formative and so on. I'm a bit worried about calling schools math priority schools, and what that does to schools, but I do understand. I was just suggesting in our earlier conversations with the director as well, why don't we think of these schools as math excellence school and kind of create a culture where there's a little bit more of, proactive labeling as innovative hubs for math and the students kind of internalize the image of being already there as opposed to being needy, because we know most of these students, unfortunately, are internalizing images that are often, put on them. So is there some thinking around this? Because I've spent part of my master's in education thinking about math classrooms, and unfortunately, sometimes the enthusiasm is not there from classroom instruction side of things too. And we know elementary teachers, not all of them specialize in math, so and many of them come from a different kind of expertise as well. So what is being done to make sure that the enthusiasm and the culture in these schools are shifting as opposed to just not pedagogical changes in technology and instructional thing? So just want to know a little bit about labeling and stigmatizing as opposed to, creating an atmosphere and environment that changes things.
Thank you, and through the chair. And, you bring up some really excellent points in terms of those, the description, the label math priority schools did come to us from the ministry as opposed to a particular title that we chose in terms of describing those. But having said that, when we look at a lot of the teachers who are engaging in the work that we're doing, both in terms of the professional learning and then with our math learning partners working with the teachers in their classroom, we are actually seeing this wonderful synergy that's happening. And when we're looking at our professional learning, we have lots of aha moments with the teachers who maybe don't have a specialty in math and can't come to teaching with other specialties. And so we're looking at that building of that content knowledge so that it's building their confidence. And when we build their confidence and give them engaging strategies, that we have them not just hear about them or read about them, but actually experience them in those professional learning sessions. They see what a difference it makes in terms of math engagement, standing up, doing critical thinking, working in groups, at whiteboards, like all sorts of great strategies that we're doing with some of our collaborative inquiries, and then getting that chance for our priority schools have the math learning partners going and working with those teachers in their classrooms in between those sessions so that they have a chance to look at those ideas that they were introduced to in those professional learning sessions and saying, hey, let's try some of these with your students. And so we are seeing some of that engagement and that shift and really looking at how we can really do a lot of what you're asking about within our classrooms. And we are seeing a lot of really positive feedback of both from the students, from the teachers, and also our math learning partners are providing us with updates and feedback in terms of the work that they're doing in the schools.
Thank you. Yeah, my worry is, contributing to school shopping. The EQA already does quite a bit of that damage, and us adding to it. If we were to think about these specialty schools that we have, if we turn these into math specialty schools and invest into additional technology, additional instructions and guest speakers and things like that, it might increase the type of folks that want to go to these schools as opposed to, be concerned about entering those schools. The next question I have is around the math learning partners. There's 24 that's mentioned. Do we have them hired, or is there a timeline to be hired? Are they already in place?
Thank you. Through the chair, they are hired, they're in place, and they've been working since September.
Okay. And has diversity in terms of gender as well as other forms of diversity been considered in those hirings as well?
Yes, they're a very diverse group of educators.
Thank you. And my final questions are on the ministry reports. I know there's quarterly ministry reports that are to be submitted. Would trustees be able to, is it a public report or is it just an internal submission to the ministry? Would that be something that trustees would be able to get access to or, as part of the focus on this?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, they contain a variety of different data sets for the ministry. Our reports in February and May really summarize that information and provide it to trustees. If there are specific questions related to the data submitted around the schools in your ward, I'm sure superintendents working with Superintendent Dilworth and Humphreys would be certainly willing to share that information with you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And again, thanks to the team for putting this together and looking forward to the changes that are coming through.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shen. Up next, we have Trustee Rajakulasingam, who will be followed by Trustee Earhart and Trustee Pei.
Thank you through the chair. Really happy to receive this report. As someone that was really bad at math and didn't have that confidence, this is somewhat healing to see us kind of move away from how math was taught and moving into a more differentiated approach. And really happy to see Superintendent Dilworth part of this portfolio. We worked together before this, before she took on this portfolio, as she was one of my superintendents. And through her, I learned so much about looking at literacy and how we look at numeracy and moving away from memorization to then breaking down and breaking it down to concepts so that students can further understand how to interpret. So whether it's using sound walls that she would always speak about, or looking at numeracy, and for their studying fractions, the use of like number lines and just different ways of interpreting it so students understand concepts versus memorizing. So I'm so happy to see her part of this because I know she has a lot of knowledge to bring. The question that I had was, when we have a plan like this in place, to ensure that that learning continues because we know that in our schools, leadership is always changing. So how do we ensure that this work continues even when we have different folks coming into our school buildings? And I guess an example would be Superintendent Dilworth. We have that one school in our ward that is very strong in literacy. And they worked with their feeder schools to ensure that the schools feeding into that school were kind of following the same type of literacy plan to keep kids on track when they're heading into 7, 8, and then further on. So when it comes to numeracy, we have this plan in place. Is there a communication plan between feeder schools to ensure that students that kind of need more support heading into a high school or a middle school are being, noted? How do we ensure that math engagement and supports are in place for students that need it? So just wondering if there's anything about, I know there's a cluster system, but I'm just wondering, so specifically for schools that are feeding into each other, how do we ensure that transition is smooth for students that need those supports?
Thank you for that question through the chair. A lot of it is around leader learning and building that coherence, right? So we want principals to all understand what effective math practice looks like and to understand what the data is telling them. So Trustee Shan was talking earlier about, formative assessment. We're really going to elevate formative assessment through this work so that where you might have a reading data wall in a school, you will have math data walls. And so there'll be really clear and precise indicators that can be shared between grade 7, 8 and a high school. If it's a middle school and a K to 6 school, they'll be speaking the same language. It will be built into people's school improvement planning. So it won't be an extra that they have to rummage around and find. It'll be part of the work that they're doing. And some of the training that the teachers are receiving, the principals are going to be able to use that classroom data directly to engage in those conversations.
And if I may also add, When you looked at the appendix and you saw the full math action plan, what we hope you observed and perhaps were overwhelmed by was how detailed it was and how precise the language is. So it's a touchstone that will help bring coherence across our system and the articulation of school goals and classroom goals. So whether someone is a new hire, they'll be able to jump in and point to this document to know where we're all paddling to. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. And I agree, Associate Director Strisco and Superintendent Dilworth. I think a lot of times when a student is kind of lost in 7 and 8, once they head into high school, they're so far behind. So I'm really happy to see that it's being reinforced throughout the years, and I can't wait to see how it's going to change students' trajectory in the years to come, and looking forward to future updates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we have Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much. I'm mindful bedtime is going on where I am right now, and so I may have a visitor. Thank you very much for this report. And I am someone who struggled with math in my younger years, but went on to be a big lover of math. And so for anyone who is struggling in math, know that you can come out another side to become a lover of math and a math champion. And so I hope that our work here will accomplish this for many, many students. I don't know much about how we teach math, but I've had the pleasure of going to schools where I've seen the passion from teachers who've attended recent trainings and who have been using whiteboards and watching students circulate through, which has been really exciting and not something that I'd ever seen before. I have heard more and had more exposure to reading and reading supports and writing supports in our system. And so some of my questions are geared towards just having a tiny bit more awareness of that and wondering how it applies in the math world. And so I'm wondering around small group sizes. So in particular, I've received a lot of feedback from the community around how important the tutoring supports that the ministry eliminated had been for their children's success in math, and how much small group sizes, coaches were beneficial. So I'm just wondering, because I know the ministry didn't fund any direct staffing supports for classrooms, just what opportunities exist for smaller group sizes or more direct support in math right now? Thanks very much.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. One of the key pieces of our professional learning that we're presenting in our board is that we have differentiated teaching and learning approaches that we're building teacher capacity with. So although whiteboards are one of the strategies used in some of our professional learning, we're really working hard to build teacher capacity in instructional strategies that they use. An instructional strategy and universal design for learning used by teachers has to do with the gradual release of responsibility. So we are supporting their learning through thinking about what independent work, small group, and guided work and shared instruction looks like. Whiteboards is one of the pedagogical moves, but there is still a real emphasis on the importance of differentiating for the students' needs in the classroom, and for teachers to be aware of where their students are at and where they need to go along with the curriculum achievement chart categories. So this is supported in literacy, and it's supported in math as well.
Thank you, Denise. And Trustee Earhart, if I just may take note that the 24 math learning partners are directly funded by the ministry. So that is an investment. But if I may be so bold as to just reinforce in the report You'll note that the ministry has not funded release time for our educators to engage in the professional learning. I think my understanding is that they took that investment that they had previously and changed that to investment into the math learning partners. So I think, Trustee Earhart, you are noticing and noting a difference between investment in literacy initiatives compared to investment in math. So as you are thinking about your role as advocates and correspondents to the ministry, I just point that out for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a young math learner right there. And that does bring me to the next aspect of that, which you did highlight, just around the funding for release time and materials. And my other question was around supporting different learning styles and needs. And I was particularly thinking about neurodiversity, but I think it also does speak to the lack of funding for materials. And so just as an example, I did have someone approach me and show me the materials that their child was being asked for homework. And they were not being critical of the teacher or the school, but they were pointing to the lack of resources. And so they're using Jump Math, which I know I'm learning is widely used, and curriculum appropriate. And students were being given items to fill out, but the photocopying was 4 pages per sheet. And so rather than a full 8.5 by 11, it was put 2 pages and then 2 pages on the back, really to save paper and I believe photocopy budget. But for some learners, particularly those that struggle with organization, I'm thinking those with ADHD, not all, but some, having the very small print and a small space to organize their thoughts, just it becomes very, very challenging for them to access the material. And so that's a specific incident that I'm thinking about just in terms of materials, like something as basic as our photocopy budgets and the challenges for really supporting students to access the learning. But I'm wondering if you can comment on that, but also if you could comment on just how we're supporting teachers to address neurodiverse students, particularly in lower and upper elementary grades when they may also be struggling in reading and writing, and how that challenges them to access the math curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive question through the chair. First, I'm going to start with just talking quickly about programs and teachers. We're really trying to invest in our educators. And yes, some schools are using programs, but where the real reward will be when we're actually teaching teachers to think differently about math and to do things differently with math. In terms of differentiation, differentiation is addressed in every one of the different sessions that we're providing currently. We recognize that educators need very specific strategies to both assess the level that our students are at and then work with the students from a strength asset-based perspective to move their learning forward. And that's it's a much more individualized approach than what we've used in the past. The sessions that best prepare teachers for this work look at the development of math thinking in our students and provide continuums to track their learning. So that would be building the foundations of mathematical thinking. So there's a session that we have people doing that is based on the research of Alex Lawson. There'll be another one on fractions that's coming out in the new year. But these sessions also provide a clear and concise next step through small group instruction, number talks, word problems, and games. And some of them are done in seats, some of them are done on the wall. Sometimes children have a choice in how they're going to do it. Often they're run as math stations with younger children. Really, once we build up the capacity of our teachers to understand what they're doing in terms of the math learning, so there's the math content, there's the developmental processes of the child's brain, and the curriculum. Once teachers really understand that, they're able to really focus in on what children need and to differentiate. So that is our goal. It's lofty, but that's where we're going.
Okay, thank you. That's great to hear, and I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Earhart. Next up, we have Trustee Pei. Please go ahead, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By reading this report, I have to say that the action plan are many, but unfortunately, the measurable metrics are few. So, okay, through your chair, I want to ask the staff the first question. Can anybody give me some background information regarding the report, how the report is being based on? What's our EQ/AO scores in all the grades 3, 6, and 9 compared to the provincial average?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, EQAO is not reported in this report as a comparison. This was to provide PPC the specifics of our math achievement action plan. What I can assure you, because monitoring implementation and outcomes is a shared priority and goal, and to be doing so with precision is something that we also have a passion for. That the ministry has absolutely very specific key performance indicators, as do we, and that is being reported through a program called Go Secure to the ministry. In the future reports that will be coming to PSSC, we will be able to provide detail for the committees in regards to our trend data. So this is not the report that we described them at high level for you, but please know that they are quantifiable in Go Secure.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just get so perplexed. Why I'm asking some very basic questions, the staff could not answer me. Who wrote this report, by the way? The person who read this report should know our baseline performance numbers. Could you please ask that person to answer my questions?
Through the chair, Trustee Pei, that information was provided to trustees when the EQAO released their report, and I believe it is also available on our board's website. It was not a requirement of the Ministry of Education in the development of the report that you see before you this evening. That's why the staff do not have it in front of us. Much of the format, as well as the measurements, are dictated by the Ministry of Education. We have met their requirements. If there are additional areas that trustees would like us to consider, we are certainly open to hearing them as we report back on mathematics achievement.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Director. So you do have the number, okay, search on the website. I see that our mathematics score is 60%. That's compare to the provincial score.
Trustee Pei, I would just remind you that the report that we're discussing today that's in front of us is the Math Achievement Action Plan.
Of course, Madam Chair, I know that. But if we don't even know our base plan performance, how do we know we can be successful with all these plans? If you don't have a measuring sticks, how do you know how high you can jump? I'm asking very valid questions, very basic questions, but no staff can even answer me. That's make me so disappointed. I thought we're a data-driven institution. We don't even know the basic data. Why?
So Trustee Pei, I would just ask that you keep your questions related to the Math Achievement Action Plan, which is related to the math strategy that has been laid out by the Ministry of Education for staff to report. That's what they're reporting to us on, the first of these installations. So I would just ask that the questions that trustees are asking would be related to what's before us tonight. I believe the director will also wants to speak to answering your question.
Through the chair, at grade 3, according to the information we provided to trustees, we are at 2 percentage points higher than the province in mathematics at 61%. We are 5 percentage points higher than the province in mathematics at grade 6 at 52%. At grade 9, we are at 53% compared to the province at 51%. Those are the EQAO results. I would like to just make this clear. Because we did not have them in front of us does not mean it did not inform the information in the report before you.
Okay, Sandy, thank you, Madam Director. So just by having that 52 or 55% passing rate on the EKU, do you think is this some kind of performance we're so proud of?
Can you repeat your question? I'm not sure I understood what your question was.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, which part of my question do you understand?
We had trouble hearing your question.
All right. I repeat my question. Through you, Madam Chair, I want to ask Madam Directors, is this type of performance as a TDSB are proud of with a 55 or 52% passing rate?
Through the chair, staff are certainly prepared to answer questions that are respectful. We're here with a report that we know will have measurable impact on students' enjoyment, confidence, and most of all, achievement in mathematics. The numbers speak for themselves, and again, happily would answer any questions that are respectful and are rooted in this report.
Okay, Madam Chair. I want to ask another question. That is, what are the root cause of our failures? In previous report, we said we have the data showing the student enjoyment and engagement down from 59% in 2011 to 35% last year. So what are the root cause of these failures, by the way?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, you're asking a really important question: is how can we be improving student mathematic achievement? The trend data in mathematic achievement across Ontario has been on a slow decline for many, many years. That is why the government has put an emphasis on all boards with a new approach that brings precision, requesting precision in actions at the system level, the school level, and the classroom level. They have outlined very clear priorities for the intervention over time. The TDSB is outperforming the province. We have a long way to go, certainly. We want our students to be achieving in mathematics at the same rate that we are seeing our literacy achievement. We feel that at the core of student achievement is supporting our educators in understanding math deeply and to be engaging in instruction that encourages critical thinking. So the report before you, Trustee Pei, provides that precision, and staff have been very, very intentional for us to be connecting what we are teaching our educators, our system leaders, to be nurturing classroom change and work at the student desk. It will be our pleasure to talk to you in the months ahead about what we are achieving, where our struggles are, and what we are seeing change. We will be focusing on data to be telling you the number of our educators that are participating in our professional learning, what they are saying about the professional learning, what our math learning partners are observing our teachers doing after they engage in the professional learning. That's what we're looking for to change. Are they expressing deeper understanding about mathematical reasoning? Is their instruction becoming crisper to our students? Are our students, when we're introducing baseline assessment tools through our digital tools, what is our baseline data saying? And after 3 months of instruction, what achievement are we noticing? So please understand that your quest in being precise and in showing our improvement at all of these junctures is something that we share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have another question to you, Madam Chair. So we have plenty of action plans. How can we measure those action plans can be successful? So what's the measurable targets and what's the measurable matrix?
Thank you, and through the chair, Trustee Pei, that is what is outlined at high-level language in the report. So if you can indulge me, and of course my screen just jumped. Thanks. As a board, we're indicating that our math learning partners are going to be facilitating system-wide professional learning to staff from our math priority schools in the area of evidence-based pedagogical approaches, including building thinking classrooms. So what that means is that our support staff are going to be teaching very, very specific instruction to our educators. So that is what we are doing as an expectation. We are going to be annotating how many professionals attend. We are conducting exit surveys with our educators to indicate how they felt about that professional learning and be providing qualitative feedback to our team to be assessing whether the professional learning was inspiring, encouraged deep learning, and using that qualitative feedback to inform our next steps. Another example of what we're measuring is when we're saying what is changing as a result, and I'll stop after this because I'm just doing this as an example. There will be increased expectations and support for supervisory officers and administrators for accountability, monitoring, and ongoing support resulting in increased data literacy and change management skills. So again, that's a high-level description. What we're doing in support of that is that our research team, who you saw previously this evening, are developing a math profile for every one of our math priority schools. And that math profile is going to be collecting data and illustrating data using Power BI in regards to baseline achievement data, report card information, EQAO information, and other elements about what that school is doing in regards to mathematics, their number of students, what students said about their enjoyment of mathematics, the number of educators who were involved in the professional learning that we're providing. And every month, we are going to be together with the superintendents of each LC, the executive superintendents, as well as the math team, and we're going to be reviewing each of the schools that are math priority schools using that profile, trustee pay. That is very data specific and focused on what we are seeing changing as a result of our work in the math strategy, and again, monitoring student baseline data and progressive data through our assessment tools through time. So those are a couple of examples of the specifics of the data and the KPIs that are behind what you're seeing as high-level language in the report. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I think we're missing one very important component here. I heard about KPI for the teachers, for the administrators, but never heard about the student performance. How we measure student performance? How do we know the student really improve the math skills?
Through the chair, as highlighted in our Math Achievement Action Plan report, there are data sets listed. Some of the data sets related to student performance speak to report card and summative assessments in mathematics, and we are also going to be looking at student attitudinal surveys. So if you look at the section on data sets, report card and student assessments is one of them.
Okay, let me ask you, is there any type of standard test can really measure the student performance worldwide? Because I think that's the only way you can measure their performance.
Through the
You have to have the standard test to test everybody. Do we have any action plan for this one?
Through the chair, the Ministry of Education has funded and supported specific digital tools that boards may use in classrooms. It is through these digital tools that we would have more precise records of what students are learning and what concepts they have mastered or consolidated at their particular grade level based on specific expectations from the math curriculum. The province has not provided a standard math assessment other than EQAO to measure students' proficiency in various areas of mathematics.
Through Madam Chair, so is that possible we can use the EQAU as measuring stick to say whether our students perform better year from now?
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Pay, EQAO is an assessment of curriculum. Really, it's not an assessment at the board level of students. We call it lag data. So your last question was a really important one. Is there a standardized assessment that we can use? And as Director Russell Rollins indicated, there isn't one that is coming from the ministry. We as a math team and the amazing professionals beside me are wanting to explore and assess and seek the advice of our principals and our educators about what would they be endorsing as a primary standardized tool, junior tool, intermediate and secondary through the grades, that would be meaningful and informative. So we will be pleased to come back to that important question that you raised. And again, it is a shared interest that we have. So thank you for raising it.
So your chair, so it is possible we can design some kind of standard test to measure all the performance board-wide from all schools, all students.
I thank you through the chair, Trustee Pay. It's something that we are exploring and we'll be pleased to give you an update in our next report.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have another question regarding the priority schools. Who are those schools? How the board determine?
Okay, and this will be the last question because you're out of time. So we'll have staff answer that, but you're on 0 at this moment. We can always put you back on the list if needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. So the priority schools were identified by the ministry, not by the school board. So one of the measures that the ministry used to identify those schools was their EQAO results. So from the information they gave us, there are schools that were performing in the bottom 20% of their EQAO math results, which is one of the reasons why they were identified. And then what we, then as a board, we have developed a plan in terms of supporting those schools and all schools in terms of math pedagogy and also supporting students and teachers in terms of math learning approaches and teachers in terms of content knowledge. So the priority schools were not board selected, they were ministry selected. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much. I've finished my question.
Okay. Next up, we have Trustee King, followed by Trustee Arts. Please go ahead, Trustee King.
Thank you through the chair. Just want to start by thanking this team of staff as well, both for the level of detail in the context and the action plan that was provided to us, but also as we round the 4th hour here, thank you for your energy and your enthusiasm and attention in responding to us. I think my question overlaps with some of what Trustee Earhart was asking, and I apologize if you've already answered. But I just wanted to follow up on the 2 areas that the ministry does not provide the funding for, the release time and the resource materials. I'm thinking about some of, in my ward, the smaller schools. So for instance, I have a JK to 6 school of under 200 students. I have a couple others that are just under 260. And when I think about their school budgets, I know that every little item like this really impacts them, and they're inevitably going to be taking from somewhere else to help achieve this. So I just wanted to hear again, I know that there are different resources available in the classroom, and I know that there's a strategy of kind of coaching to the teacher and having that passed on. But do staff have any concern about the smaller schools like this being at a disadvantage? Is there any risk of not being able to deliver in the same way that's beyond our control?
Excellent question. Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, I mean, a smaller school has a smaller budget. When I was a superintendent, I had a school that I think had about a $38,000 a year budget, which once you pay for photocopying and phone and all of that stuff, there isn't a lot left. So it is a concern, and I know that, you know, we're doing our best to support schools where we can, but it is a shortfall that unfortunately has been overlooked in the funding formula. This year, we've been lucky in terms of materials, because I know Mervy and her team had some leftover money and materials from last year that they were able to give. So that has not been an issue, but it will be. So yes, we are struggling with that piece, and you're very astute to notice that.
Through the chair, thank you for that. So I think I would be interested in as we continue to get results on the achievement, that we're also able to track and see the impact in smaller schools like that so we can understand and respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Up next, we have Trustee Arts.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I wonder, could staff remind me what is the standardized test that we use in model schools for learning assessment? Because I'm blanking on the name of it. It's a Canadian standardized test.
It's the CAT.
CAT. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So I know from being on the Intercity Advisory Committee and going into detailed reports that we use the CAT test in our model schools. And I also know how well the approaches work and how well those students do, and how well a coordinated effort that does not involve EQAO, how well a coordinated effort amongst staff works to address student needs in each of those schools. And it's very successful. I know from data that when Ontario students participate in international tests like PISA, they do extremely well. They're in the always in the top 10 worldwide. We know that EQAO is an assessment of the curriculum, and it is not a measure of student performance, and it is not a grade. We know that it isn't even reported as a grade, that the 60% refers to students achieving level 2 or level 3 and level 4, so the top half. I would say, or we should know that. We should know how EQAO works, and I would say from some of the conversation tonight that we don't know how EQAO works or what it assesses. So I would like to ask through the director and the chair for some learning or professional development for trustees on EQAO and other types of assessments and what we actually do use in the TDSB, and what other really effective methods we have that are not involved in standardized tests. I have 3 kids who are all amazing at math, are math thinkers. They scored consistently every time, every grade assessment, 2.7 on EQAO. I have never considered it a measure of the ability of my children or other people's children. I know it is a ministry tool for the ministry's uses. And I think that's really important to keep in mind. And I love the math strategies. I love the way that the teachers in my schools, when I talk to the curriculum leads, how engaged they are in generating love of math, which is really important. I know how many kids and adults look at math and go, oh my God, math, no. And I would say I was one of those as a kid as well, as other trustees have said. And I know that the work that was reported by Jason So last year in terms of our math strategies and math work created a lot of excitement, especially in the curriculum leads when I talked to them, and conversations about how to bring more people on board with engaging in a love of math. And so thank you for this renewed strategy and different approaches to what I thought was already some great work in the board. But I really think that in order for the board to benefit, I would really like at some point to have professional development for us around EQAO and math testing and math assessments and the other parts of loving and learning math that are not standardized testing.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, working with Senior Manager Joseph Dowers, we will assess when we're able to provide a trustee information session.
Do you have further comment, Trustee Arts, or are you done?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. That brings us to the end of our speaker list. So at this point, we will open the vote on the math achievement. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Shan. I think I'm getting tired. I need a mover and a seconder for this wonderful report. So I see Vice Chair Shan, and I see, thank you, Trustee Williams. I see an arm coming out. So we have a mover and a seconder. We can now open the vote.
Sriskamaraja in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Hassan in favor.
Trustee Rajwani in favor.
Trustee Patel and Trustee Pei, how do you vote?
Trustee P nodding in favor.
Trustee Patel in favor.
And that has carried. So that brings us to the end of our, we are going into private. I forgot. So can I have a mover and a seconder to take us into private? Trustee Laskin and Trustee Williams, thank you. And all in favor?
Great job, you guys.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're going to take a 5-minute recess. And then we will resume with Vice Chair Shan.
Thank you.